All right, good morning. Welcome to Thurston County Board of County Commissioners Planning Work Session for Friday, January 29th, 2021. My name is Ty Metzger, Chair of the Board. Vice Chair Commissioner Gary Edwards to my left. To my right, okay, Commissioner Carolina Mejia. We have the County Manager, Ramiro Chavez, Assistant County Manager, Robin Campbell, Clerk of the Board, Amy Davis, and Public Information Officer, Megan Porter. There's some folks online as well. So this is gonna be, I wanted to talk logistics here before we get started. We've never done a planning session in this configuration, and typically the planning sessions that I've done with Commissioner Hutchings as chair were different in terms of how they proceeded than a normal board meeting. The chair didn't necessarily allocate who gets to speak and walking through all the different things. It was a little more of an informal discussion. I'm going to propose that we try to do that today because I think it fosters a better discussion. I'm going to ask County Manager to kind of walk us through topics and keep time, and then let the discussions can be a little more free form than they would be out of any of our formal board meetings. Yeah. You don't have to ask for my permission to say something, and I'm not going to necessarily wait till everybody's spoken to speak myself. We'll keep this kind of informal because that's the nature of this planning session. We're trying to get a little more in depth on topics that need to advance or be decided. So is that okay with you, Ramiro?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner. Good morning. Just for the members of the public who see in this, usually they see a couple commissioners join via Zoom. And obviously a planning session becomes a little more difficult when you engage with your teammates on a conversation related to the topics that you're going to be discussing today. Just to make sure that as the members of the public see on the screen, we're practicing social distancing. And we're also going to be wearing a mask through the entire day while this conversation occurs. And so today on your agenda, I have tried to keep, not many items, but those items before you are lengthy in discussion per se. So let me walk you through the items that I have for you today. And then I will outline so the intended outcomes, at least from the staff's perspective. And then obviously the board will decide how that will go. I'm just going to frame the conversation on that way. The first item on the agenda is the climate action plan. There is an indication the board is willing to move forward and approve the plan. The key point of that conversation will be the instrument, meaning a resolution as to what would that resolution be for you to consider approving the plan. We'll present a couple of options related to that. Then we move into, and that will probably take us, my expectation of timing, about 30 minutes. Then we move into the courthouse space needs. And that is going to be a lot of information presented to you. And mainly it's going to be more of a background or some of the conversations the Commissioner mentioned, Commissioner Edwards have participated, maybe to give Commissioner Mejia a little bit of a background as to what we have done and where we are, and perhaps at that time, I will not be asking you as a board to approve a plan. I will be asking the board to give direction on the next steps as we're going to be proposing. Then that will take us probably to 12:30. That's my sense. Then we'll break for maybe 5 minutes. You grab lunch. We have already our individual sandwiches. And then it will be a working lunch. And then we'll move into the revenue options. And we'll walk you through all the revenue options the board has, and perhaps some of the ballot measures that might be coming for your consideration as well. That conversation will take us just about 2:30. And at 2:30, I will have a team join the Board of County Commissioners to give you a racial equity action plan. And that's a follow-up to the Board of Health briefing related to racial equity. And then will be a discussion and next steps. And that will take you just about to 4 o'clock. I had in the agenda additional commissioner items. I don't know when we get to that point, but depending on the time, but certainly it was that opportunity. that's the framework of today's session. At some point, depending on the conversation, I'd like to go to the whiteboard, and we'll do that. For the members of the public that will not see the wording on the whiteboard, but certainly we'll take a picture of that and we'll make it available online.
I guess, are we about ready to move into this? Is that where we're going? You're clicking something. I guess I want to bring up an issue. We are obviously being closely scrutinized by the public as to what we're doing, and rightfully so, I suppose. I know that this one-sheet agenda was posted last week or made available last week, and was also on our website last week. But the packet that we're going to go through this morning is just recently this morning posted on the website and available to the commissioners. Would have I had access to this packet earlier, like maybe earlier this week, so I would have had time to go over it. I tell you, the only reason I'm raising that issue is, you know, we've got quite a packet here with quite a bit of information, and we're going to try to get quite a bit done. And although it's not new information, I think Ty and I especially have had probably quite a bit of exposure to this, but our new commissioner maybe has not, just from the mere fact she hasn't been here. So what I'm wondering about, I don't know what the requirements are, but in past boards, it was a requirement that information like this that we were going to get was made available to the commissioners and the public, I want to say, like if it was a Tuesday thing, it was supposed to be available by Thursday and posted by Thursday for the public. Now, I don't know how much requirement there is that the public get notified or that we get notified, but I think it's worth having a discussion as we move through this agenda today. What would be a better process to make sure that the multitude of issues that this board deals with, that the board is made aware of all the information before they get into a 10-minute discussion and are expected to give some direction or something. So that's kind of my concern.
Can we make that number one under commissioners' items?
Yeah, that's fine, just as long as I think it's worth looking at.
So we follow up to that, Commissioner Edwards, we're required to post the agenda 24 hours in advance.
And
we'll do so.
that was done more than 24 hours,
done
in
so.
my estimation.
And when additional information that is presented to you is always available to the public upon request.
Well, if this was posted on our website, say a half hour ago, could have I been more diligent in my work as a commissioner and found this material somewhere else earlier this week to review it?
So, Commissioner, I shared the agenda with you and the board last week.
Yeah, yes,
And
this agenda.
And I give you the opportunity to ask me questions, add additional information, and I have not received any request from you to provide you this information prior to today.
That's true.
So if moving forward, if you like to, please give me the opportunity to answer the questions and the requests that you asked me.
Okay. So that maybe would solve the issue, I guess.
Well, I mean,
Okay.
the direct answer, right, is that no, we don't, as a matter of course, as a matter of policy, every document that will be shown to a commissioner in a meeting, because some of them are being pulled together the morning of the meeting, and because when I got on the board, I was like, am I supposed to have reviewed this? You know, you're handing me something in a meeting, and I was like, I didn't see this yet. Did I not find the? So Thomasine and I spent a good amount of time sorting through where are things posted, where can I look at, and it turns out that, I'll just be blunt, it's a little ad hoc, and I think that's by necessity, as I've come to learn. So I think the answer to the question is some things are up there and some things aren't up there, and it's just the reality of our business. We're
Yeah,
doing-
and because the requirement that we have is to provide a posted agenda 24 hours in advance of the business you're going to be discussing today.
Right.
And again, if any members of the public who may need documentation that you're going to be reviewing today, we'll make it available upon request. So that has been the practice, and I don't think there is any, whether it's something that we can improve, it will be up to the boards how we need to do that. But all this information, as you can tell, there is not going to be a new information for you. There's something that you have already addressed and discussed. This is more about background to help you engage in the conversation today. As I stated today, the only item that I will be requesting decisions will be on the first item, the climate action plan. And that information was presented to you on a briefing early this week. Then the rest of the items is all just background information that has been made available to the public maybe 1, 2, 3 years in advance. Because this is not new information that we have prepared for you. This is something that we have already worked over the last few years, particularly related to the courthouse space needs. The revenue option, that has been discussed with the board in many, many planning sessions in the past. And that also has been made available to the public. This is, again, an updated table of that particular item. So if there's any members of the public out there who would like to get a copy of this information, we'll be more than happy to provide it.
I have a question in relation to that, Ramiro. I think what Commissioner Edwards is trying to get at, and correct me if I'm wrong, is the transparency of the issue is, can the public follow along with us right now? Because the agenda is posted online and they can see the issues that we're following, but not really through the documents that we're going through. So would it be, and I'm the new one, I understand that. Would it be even, if we were to post this online, kind of like at the same time that we're receiving this, that it be posted online? That way, if the public is interested in following through the documents that the commissioners are reviewing, that they can also follow.
It is posted.
It is posted now?
It is posted.
Okay,
Yeah, because in a typical meeting, there's a stack of packets.
perfect.
And when I say typical, pre-pandemic, we have a stack of packets for somebody that shows up, you can grab a packet. And so you're asking for the digital equivalent.
Yes.
And you're saying we're doing that.
It is posted. We post, all that is posted. I think Commissioner Edwards was stating how far back we need to post that.
I got mad one time in the first year where CPED had done a lot of work to put together an answer and analysis and everything, and we got it like at the meeting, and it was detailed, and it was like, I want to respect the people that did this work by having a chance to, so we talked about that one, and yeah, I encourage us to get stuff, if it's done and prepared, get it to us, or put it somewhere where we can access it. Yeah. Sometimes that's not possible, though, and I understand that.
And on that is really, at least from my point of view, where I'm sitting, it's not a violation on any.
No.
It's just the nature of the business that you conduct.
And I don't know, I don't think the allegation is that it's a violation. I guess in talking to a past county commissioner, the requirement was that you always had this stuff about 3 days ahead of time, just as a regular course of business. And then if we had it 3 days ahead of time, well, so did the public. It was posted on the website at the same time. And I just wonder if that doesn't make us a little more efficient in our discussions of what we're talking about, and if it doesn't give the public the ability to have reviewed, and maybe we're talking about a building thing, so the master builders are going to give us a call or something like that. I want to always strive to be as available to the public and keep them informed as to what we're doing all the time, and it looks like we've kind of gotten away from that over the years. Now, I know out of necessity, a lot of times this stuff is being put together right up until the last minute. But that didn't happen some years ago. It was always presented ahead of time, both to the public and to the county commissioners ahead of time. Now, is that going to cause too much work? Are we not going to be able to pull that off? I just want to be as efficient as I can be, and I want the public to be as informed as they can be as we discuss issues of concern for them.
And I appreciate that, Commissioner Edwards. And with all due respect, you know, if that was a concern of yours in this week, I would appreciate it you give me a heads up so I can provide that information that you needed in order for you to be prepared.
Oh, yeah, no, I just think that if we come up with a standard of something that the old commission used to do, it kind of made sense to me. Yeah, I'd have it here in front of me and I wouldn't have to even bug you about it. It'd just be a standard that we'd always get the information 3 days before we have a work session or a meeting or something like that. Because like you say, staff has put a lot of work into this. We get it, and then, well, I see this is highlighted, and that's what they're interested in, but we don't really get to digest it, and it ends up, staff ends up running the show this way. We don't get to really dive into this. So that's kind of where I'm at. I think that it's not just for me, it's for the public and my seatmates. So that's kind of where I'm coming from. Okay. And we're starting a new year, new board, but well, what the heck?
Frankly, I was surprised we didn't have that rule when I got here. I mean, I was struggling because I was new, and I was a little surprised that on Tuesday morning I would see things that I hadn't had a chance, and I'd kind of get on Thomasina, like, why wasn't, she's like, I was looking, it's not there. So I think it's good to at least aspire to have things in a centralized spot, like maybe the Friday before a Tuesday meeting. Then I have Monday to look at it. I know that's not always possible.
It used to be Thursday.
Yeah, or whatever.
The Tuesday meeting. That was what the old boards did.
I think that's a good aspiration to have for if a staff's permitting a memo. You know, maybe they can't. That's fine. No one's going to get mad. But if there was times where they had it and it just didn't get posted, and I could have read it and actually digested it on Monday, I wasn't given that opportunity. So that makes sense to me. Right?
And then the public also has time to review it if they want.
Right.
And give us comment. So that's, it's just, I'd like to see us do something like that. And I think probably Thursday, there was a reason for having it Thursday, because then you got to look at it over the weekend. Maybe on Friday, and do your homework over the weekend. I mean,
right.
We used to get a lot of homework on the weekend, and we still get a lot of homework on the weekend, but every time there's something new, like gophers, I thought I wore my eyeballs out reading during that period of time when I first got here. So anyway, I think we can, give the staff direction that that's something we'd like to see if we couldn't accomplish. And I think it'd go a long ways towards opening up our activities to the public so that, especially now with what's going on now. The Open Public Meetings Act is adjusted this week, but not the next week or whatever. I just think it'll go a long ways towards public confidence that we are doing things out in the open.
I do like being prepared, and sometimes I do need time to digest and come up with the correct questions to ask. So it would be nice to receive documents ahead of time. Sometimes I'm reading the documents while there's a presentation going on.
Yeah, and you missed part of the presentation.
And I missed part of the presentation.
Yep.
So, I mean, it would be nice to, and I think it was something that me and Sarah talked. I was like, have we received anything? Is there any way I can prepare for this? And sometimes she's like, well, no, Amy prepares it. Usually, she's preparing everything that she receives. So if we could maybe set a deadline of when we receive, and I know sometimes it's not possible, but the more information we can receive earlier, I think the better it is for the commissioners to be able to really prepare and read through
And I can say, just looking through this, just quickly looking through this stack, most of this is like the county manager said, it's been exposed to us at some point along the line, maybe in several times, and the public probably has had a chance to see it during those particular interactions. But now it's a new thing, we're coming up, we're gonna talk about it today, so just so we know what I'm gonna be talking about, I'm with you as far as being able to review it and not have to formulate a question while I'm trying to read and listen to a presentation. And I have a question, and if I don't get it wrote down, I forgot it by the time I get to my next question. So I think it'll just go a long ways towards efficiencies of us being more aware and making better decisions. That's kind of where I'm at. So if I could make a suggestion, I would opt that we have it by Thursday rather than Friday. The only reason is, and it's all older material. I mean, in this case, most of this is all older material. So I think it's available. A little more work for staff probably, but I'm sure they're running around tying everything up, trying to get everything put together to get it posted and get it on our desk this morning. So I don't know where my seatmates, if you agree with me on that. We have to, you know, it's new year, start doing things a little different, try to be more effective, more efficient.
Okay, I think I have a direction.
Yeah. I mean, it doesn't sound like any of us are really talking about today's thing.
Oh, no.
It's really Commissioner Edwards jumped to Commissioner's item to the top of the agenda.
Well, you said we were gonna kind of be informal as we move forward here, so I probably took advantage of that situation, and thank you for tolerating me.
Okay. Ready?
Yeah. I'm gonna let you kind of direct this.
Okay.
I want to not be the chair today for a while.
So related to the climate action plan, you receive again a briefing early this week, and this is an issue that has been coming, and the county has participated at the Thurston Regional Planning Council in terms of not just on the staff's effort, but also financially as to how we can move forward to this plan. This plan was approved by the subcommittee of the Thurston Regional Planning Council, the plan itself, and that has been moved forward in many different jurisdictions for final approval. You received that, and again, this briefing this past week, and based on the feedback, at least at that point, the board is interested in moving forward and taking a formal action to approve this plan. So the question is going to be, as also we have received a request, I believe, from for the board to consider a resolution declaring the climate crisis as an emergency. So then we have a couple of paths the board can take in approving the climate action plan, and that is what I call as the instrument, is the resolution. I believe on Wednesday, Chris presented with a draft resolution as to how you can consider approving the plan. That was included in your packet on Wednesday, and that is also included in that today. And also on the back page is a proposed resolution separate from approving the plan to declare a climate emergency. I don't think that has been included on this packet. But anyways, so there's, I'll give you a copy here in a minute. Can you make copies of this, please? I apologize. So the city of Olympia has passed a resolution declaring the climate change as an emergency. So
as has Tumwater.
as a stormwater. So there is a request for the county, for the board to consider that declaring emergency. I'm just going to give you my perspective. We have, the board has declared many emergencies. And declaring yet another emergency, and I'm not, by no means, I'm trying to undermine the issue. I'm concentrating more in the word emergency. You have declared an emergency, obviously, on the pandemic. You have declared emergency on the homeless. You have declared emergency on the opioid crisis. Then you have also been requested to declare an emergency on racial equity, which you're going to be hearing this afternoon. So, so when we go through the process and the board perhaps consider declaring an emergency, not everything can be an emergency. So at some point is what will be the right instrument for you to consider in this particular case, approving the climate action plan. It could be something as a blend between the resolutions, short of getting to the point of emergency, an urgent matter, because I think there has been a lot of actions the board has taken to address the climate crisis. And again, the board has participated, the Regional Planning Council, both from the staff resources as well as financial resources. And then we, oh, there's the clean version, okay. So that is probably my suggestion and recommendation, to be a single resolution approving the plan without getting to the point of having two resolutions, one declaring an emergency and the other one approving the plan. That is the framework of the conversation, so there you go.
I do have a question, I guess, and I think I've heard the chair say this before. As we move forward and declare so many emergencies, kind of following up on what you're talking about, does it dilute the emergency itself? I mean, you know, everything can't be an emergency. We can only do so much on everything we work on. And do we just declare an emergency on everything, or do we save it for life-threatening things? That's kind of the debate. I think we can do a lot of things towards climate mitigation, if you will, that are a normal course of our government activities. And I'll just say, oh, I noticed one thing in here. I don't know, it said something about sea level rise, potential 6-foot sea level rise. Well, I'd heard, I think the mayor from Olympia, not in the last state of the community, but the year before, so I think it was 10 feet. And does this mean 6 feet in 50 years or 100 years or in 2035? What does it mean? I mean, some of our goal is to reduce some of our gases by 2035, a certain amount, and others by 2050. So what denotes the emergency? What brings it to that? I mean, if we could actually see something happen and there was a fire coming, that's an emergency. I'm not saying this isn't serious. It's a slow burning fire maybe because it's going to cause problems for our community, but we're going to work on it. And would we do anything different because we declared an emergency? So that's kind of where I'm at.
I have a question in regards to, and Ramiro, maybe you can clarify this, in regards to, I think one of the things I've heard about the, if you were to declare an emergency, is that we would be made available to additional funding and you know, available grants that would come in if you would declare. Could you explain that to us?
Yes, and as far as I know, there is no money available by the sheer nature of you declaring an emergency. that doesn't really open up, at least from where I'm sitting, and Robin can probably give us her perspective. But at this point, I really don't know there is a funding source waiting out there for the board to declare an emergency in order for us to access funding. I think the emergency, I believe, is actionable items the board is planning to do. But I believe the board has already taken some actionable items. You're considering to approve the climate action plan. You all have already committed $300,000 in 2021 to start implementing elements of the climate mitigation plan. So I think those are actionable items that you're committed to continue to work on that, short of declaring an emergency. But to answer your question, Commissioner Mejia, as far as I know, there's no funding waiting out there for you to declare an emergency in order for us to access.
I think the argument is, it's a speculation based on analogous to other, there have been other programs where, in other contexts, where the presence of an emergency declaration gave priority for some funding. So there's speculation that if such a program, because there's a lot of attention on climate, there could be such a program and we'd be well positioned at that point. I've heard that argument, but I don't think it's a specific program that's in place, ready to be accessed. It's a little more, a couple steps removed from that.
I mean, in the opioid thing, for an example, we had people dying in our community and around the state, and it was directly attributed to overdoses, and we were also moving into litigation with the pharmaceutical outfit, and it was all gonna kind of add to the intensity of the seriousness of that particular declaration. So even the homeless thing, I kind of questioned myself, was an emergency the way to really handle that versus something like the opioid thing, for an example? I mean, that's, we really had something going on. The pandemic, we got people dying all around us, and we're really working at getting, it had something to do with even being able to adjust the Open Public Meetings Act to continue business by declaring an emergency. So there were always issues. So that's the difference.
Following to your comment, Commissioner Menser, yeah, I think seems to be a little bit of that, but with declaring an emergency, for instance, when you declare an emergency on homelessness, we hire Keely Myrno, right? When the board declared an emergency on opioid, we hire staff. I can remember Stephanie, I believe. I can remember her name.
Katie Strozik.
Yeah, so to work on that. In here, you still have the latitude in the upcoming biennial or any time the board sees fit to hire a new person to deal with climate action. At this point, I have Jenica Machado to start getting involved into the implementation of the plan. But the board also always have the latitude to shift, add resources to particular item that you would like to fund. So, and I don't believe that you need that emergency umbrella for you to exercise your legislative authority. So, Robin.
So I'd like to jump in at that point and key on something Romero just said. You shifted resources to be able to hire staff for those purposes. Just by virtue of signing an emergency declaration, no new money came to the county. You took existing resources and deployed them in a different way, which you could have done without an emergency. Specific topics aside, generally, when we declare an emergency, it's around a disaster. Flooding, fires, earthquake, wind is big in Washington. In those instances, the federal government has set a threshold, if you will, of the amount of damage. If the county declares an emergency and meets these impact thresholds, and the state declares an emergency and the federal government agrees and also declares an emergency for our area, then we have access to FEMA funding. Other than that, there are very few instances that by the act of declaring an emergency, we bring additional resources into our county. When we review the revenue, you will see one particular revenue stream that the state authorizes the county to take action on only if you declare an emergency around homelessness, but those instances are extremely rare.
I think that there's good arguments on both sides of this, and everything Commissioner Edwards said, I think is valid. And it's kind of where I started and where Ramiro, you know, I guess I've gravitated a little bit more in favor of the resolution because kind of when Commissioner Edwards said about the opioid, it was about trying to create public's, you know, it isn't the typical emergency, but it is a time-limited issue where it is, in a sense, it's a different kind of emergency. And having the community across the board, and I don't know what Lacey's going to do, but having Olympia, Tumwater, and Thurston County at a minimum declare this a crisis as we adopt the climate mitigation plan, which is saying this is not going to be a plan on a shelf like Sustainable Thurston and some of the other big, expensive planning we've done in this community. This is going to be a plan we're putting into action. I think that is pretty powerful. The other two things about it is, number one, it doesn't really, you know, it doesn't require us to do anything that we're not basically doing by adopting the plan. So there isn't really a cost to us other than just diluting, the dilution of the emergency concept is really, in my opinion, the only cost. The third thing is what I don't like and what I was nervous about is, and this, I will make these comments when we get to racial equity. If you're going to declare something an emergency, you got to back it up with action. And I would not want to do that and not have a robust action plan behind it. Well, we have that here. That's not a problem. It's not a risk because we're adopting an action plan in phase 3 and $300,000. So when somebody says, oh, you declared this an emergency, what are you doing about it? Well, here's what we're doing about it. We've worked for a couple of years with our neighboring jurisdictions to come up with this plan. We hired a consultant. We've got strategies. We've got an implementation structure to try to move those strategies forward. So I think we are acting, in a sense, as if this were an emergency. So putting the icing on the cake, so to speak, with the resolution to tell the community, this is important and this is why we're prioritizing this, it makes sense to me. My only real hesitation is the dilution factor. And you know, I wasn't on the board when homelessness and opioids were declared an emergency. I probably would have supported that because it was, you know, those were big issues and they still are. And we've got the pandemic and we've got, you know, a proposal on racial equity. So I'm nervous about that. I'm nervous about it diluting the importance of what we're doing by calling everything an emergency. That's a real major factor for me. But when I'm weighing and I'm leaning toward thinking it's a good idea, but I certainly want to hear Commissioner Mejia's input. I think it's a close call. I think you could take either side of this issue, and it doesn't mean you're not committed to climate. You're not, you know, there's a very rational argument on both sides of this. My sense is that from talking to a couple members of Lacey Council that they're probably not going to pass the emergency declaration, but they have adopted the climate plan 6-1. So that's where I'm at. Those are just
Commissioner, you used one word that I think it resonated to me: crisis. A climate crisis.
And in Tumwater, they actually debate. The council tried to do exactly that, and Tom Oliva, who's their representative, fought for emergency, not crisis. Now, I don't know why.
So
I don't know what that is. It's fairly important in Tumwater.
That might be a good
was used.
alternative. So, anyways.
I'm kind of on the same page as Commissioner Menzer. I see both sides to it. One of the things I think Commissioner Menzer did not mention that I like about the emergency action or plan is that it kind of, in reviewing the Thurston climate mitigation plan, I think the resolution adds more of a layer of equity for marginalized communities. And I feel that's important. It just adds a little something extra. And so that's why I don't know, but I do hear what Commissioner Edwards is saying. And, you know, we have these 3 current emergencies right now that, you know, like Commissioner Menser said, they're not, you know, it's not like they're not important, they're very important. I mean, so that's currently where I'm at right now. I'm kind of at a crossroads with this.
I guess I'd just say, you know, there's other terminology that could probably be developed, like apparently Tumwater's talking about. You know, we're trying to eliminate a crisis from developing or getting worse. It's of utmost importance that we address this to solve this problem. I just wonder about diluting the emergency. I guess that's kind of
You know, for your consideration, maybe you want to engage on the on the terminology.
Do you think, Ramiro, I mean, make the case. Do you think
Because here,
we tweak this and change, eliminate the word emergency, you think that's a,
so all
Good.
the stuff Commissioner Mejia stated, the relevance of a lot of the whereases, which that's on point. Absolutely, then we need to outline that. When it gets, and second page, when be it therefore resolved, the Thurston County hereby declares a climate crisis. And I think you highlighting the issue, and because it is a crisis. It's not just a crisis in Thurston County, it's a crisis in the world. And I think moving in that direction may be somewhat of where I believe the board is as a crossroads. You know, yeah, the emergency, maybe diluting that. No, everything can be an emergency, but maybe using the word crisis highlights the need, highlights the importance, and that way you may consider approving the plan, and maybe adding another section on the resolution. They have already committed $300,000 in 2021. And the board is committed to continue to fund without a specific dollar amounts on future budgets to continue to implement the climate mitigation plan. And I think that by itself is going to be extremely robust.
if we took, and I know you're kind of, it sounds like you're kind of proposing merging the resolutions, but if we kept them separate and we replaced the word emergency with crisis, would we, just like I think it's powerful to have all 4 jurisdictions, I think it's powerful to have all 3 commissioners behind it.
Right.
Would there be, Commissioner Edwards, would you be okay with a crisis resolution that went along with the adoption?
I would, but I don't want to be a holdout if this board feels emergency is that important. You know, you only die on certain battles when you're moving forward. And I don't think this is one of them.
He's picking his battles, that's what he's saying.
Yeah.
And if we find out that, you know, all the jurisdictions aren't on board with it, well then, I don't know that there's a specific time, you know, that we don't have to do that by 10 o'clock this morning or anything like that. And we find out, well, everybody's not on board. Using your logic, would it be better to kind of hold off to get everybody on board and negotiate something? Or is a fractured crisis better versus, you know, some say it's a crisis, some say it's emergency, some say it's a goal. I don't know. I mean, I don't want to goof you guys up to the point that
So related to time, if I may, you have received many emails related to the climate action plan for the public urging you to approve the plan as soon as possible. So I take that as a sense of urgency for you to consider taking an action on approving the plan as soon as feasible. What I'm asking is, what is the instrument?
Yeah, the most important thing for me is that this is on the February 9th agenda.
Right.
Because the whole phase 3 is predicated on adoption by the
Right.
jurisdictions for things to advance. So with or without a crisis or an emergency, I strongly want to
Right.
be approving these other documents on February 9th. What do you think about the declaration?
I think crisis would be great. It doesn't dilute the, the meaning of emergency, but it also says that there is a crisis going on. So I'm ready. Like
I don't know what I should probably go online and watch the Tumwater debate. I don't know what the issue was about crisis and emergency. It was important to them, but if we track, that's why if we have a separate resolution that tracks Olympia's with, paragraph by paragraph, I don't think the public cares about crisis or emergency, frankly, and I think we'd be maybe capturing some of what Ramiro's trying to capture, and Commissioner Edwards, while I think we make a strong statement by the board
Right.
by adopting all these whereases that involve diversity, as well as all the scientific background. Maybe Chris could pipe in, tell us what he thinks of that approach.
Good morning, Commissioners. Chris Hawkins, Program Manager with Thurston County Public Health and Social Services, and your staff representative to the steering committee that helped put together the climate mitigation plan. Is my audio coming in okay?
Yeah.
No, yeah.
Oh, great. So yes, as to the question of whether to do 2 resolutions or 1, I'm very neutral on all of that. I think you hit right on the mark that the most important thing is to signal indicate your direction about the climate mitigation plan and the desire to support actions going forward to implement that. And so to my mind, that's the thing that's the next step. And what I would say is probably the most important thing to do. And if the commission feels that it's also important to signal the urgency with an additional resolution, I don't think there's a perfect resolution about that. I think there's some very good statements of findings in the draft resolution that's been prepared about the climate emergency, but whether you call it an emergency or call it a crisis, I think either way, you're signaling to the community that this is an issue that's important, needs attention, and we're responding to it with the urgency it deserves.
I guess as a follow-up to what Chris is talking about, I know one of the things we're trying to do is basically educate the public. That's a big piece of this, because if you went out and tried to come up with a percentage of how much of the population thinks this is a big deal or not. I know we've had a lot of contacts, but that's from a very interested group in this taking place and addressing this issue. And you might say they're ahead of the crisis, so to speak, So I think a big piece of it is the education component. To me, as we move forward, I'm gonna be a stickler about that we use the carrot rather than the stick when it comes to trying to get community cooperation in moving forward in this. I mean, already the cost of housing, about 1/3 of the cost of housing is government regulatory cost that adds up into dollars. And I don't want to add any more problems to the cost of housing. So somehow, if we can develop a cooperative goal rather than a punitive goal, that's kind of where I'm coming from. So what it takes to get there, I don't have a good answer for it. I do like crisis only for the dilution factors brought forward, but it's not a hill I'm going to die on. But.
So maybe suggestion. I can probably, I work with Chris to have a single resolution. They will outline an emergency crisis, and then the steps will be to approve the plan and commitment for funding. and we'll prepare that for your review. Will that be a good step forward?
And might I make just one suggestion in reviewing this, not studying it last night or anything or this morning, but I would like to make sure that whatever is in the resolution is a factual fact rather than a speculation. So, I mean, the fact is, where I live, the lake used to get ice on it that thick in the early 1900s. And today, most of it doesn't even freeze over in the wintertime. So those are facts, but we don't know if sea level is going to be 6 feet or 10 feet or 2 feet, you know, so try to leave the speculation out. It's all important, and stick with the facts as that we know are truly facts. And I'm just picking on that one sentence in there as an example. That's all I'm saying.
And let us.
You don't have to say you could just say face flooding from potential sea level rise. You don't.
Right,
you don't have to
without getting
put a
too-
6
yeah,
foot.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
I'm actually going to advocate to keep this separate and just keep it exactly the same as what the other jurisdictions have passed, other than that one word change. That way, it's tracking that we've acted in concert with our neighbors.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Yeah, I second that.
I'm okay.
Chris, you got that? So 2 resolutions?
Yes.
And by February 9th, will that give you enough time? I mean, you and I need to work together on that one, but that is just about a week just to make sure the attorneys review those pieces of legislation. Okay, we'll work on it, and we'll add it to the February 9th. It will be actually 3 items.
You know, let me just comment on one thing that you can review on the internet, you know, because if it says it in the internet, it's real, right?
Well, Facebook is real.
Yeah, Facebook, is that real? Okay. But over at Glacier Park in Montana, up until just, I don't know, the last 2 years, there were quite a few signs up at the different glacier points where you could go and observe the glacier. And it used to be here in 1926, and now it's here, and now it's here, and now it's here. And by 2010, it's going to be all gone. Well, they had to take all those signs down because glaciers tend to fluctuate back and forth. Yes, it's receding, but it's still there, you know, and got quite a ways to go. So let's be as correct as we could possibly be in any of our estimations or facts.
What I'm hearing is maybe, without getting too much into the specifics of the language, addressing the issue with a little bit higher context.
Yeah, probably, because we don't have to retract anything and say, oh, we got that wrong, but.
Yeah. So 3 items, just to make sure that I'm tracking. One is for you to consider a resolution to declare a climate crisis. A second resolution will be for you to consider adopting the climate mitigation plan. Another item, not a resolution, is to approve the phase 3 of the interlocal agreement, and that's the phase 3 implementation, which you will give delegate the signature authority to the county manager, as you have been in the phase 1 and phase 2 already. So 3 elements, you will be seeing that on January.
You know, as far as
February 9th.
As far as what some of the other jurisdictions are doing about this, I really think that we've probably committed more resources, maybe they haven't been spent yet, but we've made a commitment to the situation and to addressing it more than any of the other jurisdictions, as far as I know. Now, they'll all say, well, we've got this person doing this, and we've got, you know, in kind here, and we bought a snowmobile, and whatever. I mean, you know, but I think we've got plenty to stand on, that we're ahead of the game with everybody.
Thank you.
Yep, thank you. Take a deep breath before we start.
Yes. So, really, all the items are going to be at that level of conversation. So, this is just a warm up. So the next is a big packet for you, and we'll start with this. So on the conversation which you'll be expecting, I'm going to walk you through, first of all, the initial conversation the board had back in September 11, 2020. That was last planning session. And I went to the whiteboard and drew some wiggles. So I put in a nicer form, and I will walk you through that, what that means. And then at that point, Robin is going to walk you through a lot of information. And again, everything is background information. It's just consolidating that information for you. You will get information related to what is the square footage, vacant square footage that we have in the county. You will have a copy of the briefing the sheriff's office provided to you, to the board over 2.5, 3 years ago, I believe. I don't know if Commissioner Messer was here, probably not. Were you here? As an option to relocate their office, you have language from the under sheriff related to that. Then we move into some of the past studies that we have conducted related to the existing footprint of the courthouse, and then get into the finances a little bit in terms of, because as you may be tracking, the only way to fund this is through the real estate excise tax one. And you, the board approving the budget, a potential, and I want to highlight this, a potential bonding for up to $15 million to address not just the space needs, but also the maintenance, because we need to do a lot of work in maintaining this aging infrastructure. So that's really the premise of this. At the end of this discussion, hopefully by 12-ish, I will ask for direction, whether you like us to further explore some of the options that we have for you. And really is a couple of options that you will, I will ask you to provide a direction at the end of this conversation.
I guess, oh,
Okay,
go ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
No? I was just going to jump right into it. As we move forward, are we going to recognize there's a difference, and maybe Robin will be bringing this forward, but there's a difference between pre-COVID and post-COVID as far as space needs. Now, some of the space needs maybe are greater because of social distancing, but again, maybe they're less because working at home or something like that. So are we gonna?
That's the first bullet on the first page.
Oh, where's the first page? This one?
There's the first page.
I guess if I would have seen this earlier, I'd known that.
You saw that on September 11th.
I suppose, yes, okay.
2020.
Okay,
You
my
participated in
memory's
that meeting.
slipping then if I can't remember from September 11th, I guess.
Well,
I was thinking about the Twin Towers or something.
yeah.
Patriot Day.
So what it was discussed on September 11, 2020, and this is just a version of the whiteboard doodles that I made in conversation with you. And the next steps was really to exactly address the space analysis, space needs related to what you stated, Commissioner Edwards, because at that point, the pandemic was, continued to be, and we knew that there was a lot of telecommuting. And we knew that some of the decisions on the space needs associated with the potential courthouse project may no longer be applicable. So we did hire a consultant, and the consultant is currently working on the space analysis, space needs. So
I'd like to just clarify that.
Okay.
We've not hired the consultant yet. We are still negotiating the cost. And I will probably need to bring a contract to the board for approval due to the amount that it will cost.
Okay. So it's in the works.
Less than $1 million, I hope.
It is way less than $1 million. The
Okay.
last estimate that we are currently negotiating down, most it will cost is $145,000.
Oh, okay.
So
Thank you.
That's I just received that information yesterday.
So the next item was really for to start looking at building availability. And one of the items that you will be discussing this morning is the Monument building. They became available for consideration. So we have an update on that as well.
That's for the auditor.
Not necessarily, but is an asset that you may consider.
But is it the one that we were considering for the auditor?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's where the voting
Yeah.
ballot center is.
Yeah,
that's
okay.
correct. And also we discussed at that time is the sheriff's office feasibility for them to move to consolidate their office, the field operations offices on the Tumwater. As you know, they have a small office in Tumwater, and you received over 2 years ago, a proposal to consolidate the offices down in Tumwater. That continues to be one of the options the sheriffs may be considering, and the sheriff's office has stated that if you decide to give direction to further explore this option, there may be other options that we can work with the sheriff's office before we bring you a proposal. So also on September 11th, you start talking about the magnitude of this potential bonding, and that's how the $50 million came, and that's how the $50 million potential bonding was part of your budget approval for 2021. And then we'll start having discussions about the needs. What are the needs here in the courthouse? Obviously, courtrooms, resource hub, elections, parking, public defense, consolidation spaces of the sheriff's office, jail expansion facilities, commissioners. You may probably see the possibility, a decision-making point, if the county gets over 300,000, we get the data as a result of the 2020 census. That will be a point of discussion for you if you like to expand and send to the voters to expand the commission to 5 members.
I guess if that's something that we consider, I think almost at the top of the list is security. I think courthouse security is kind of right up there on top. And the reason I say that, because everything else we do, we're going to be kind of working around how we develop that security. I mean, I don't want to start looking at adding something here and doing something over here without first looking at that overall security component, so we can recognize we want to take care of the public and we want to take care of the folks that work here at the courthouse. And recent events, too bad, but I mean, it's reality. We're in a turmoil situation, and I don't know, I hope it always is better. I like to look for better things to come, but let's plan. I mean, we got to be ready. That's kind of the bottom line as we move forward.
Okay. So I added security to the needs. Okay, thank you. And then on the block on your left-hand side of this graphic, really we'll start saying building 1, building 2, and start identifying at a high level what is available as space. You have in building 4, 3,500 square feet available as space, and that is going to be taken a little bit off since we're going to be implementing the resource hub, and which is one of the needs that you highlighted back then. So maybe a little bit less than that, but still some square footage available. On building 5, that's where the credit union used to be located. And the first floor of that is vacated by the credit union, and there's 3,300 square feet available. And also in building 3, as part of that discussion, was what if the sheriff's office relocates out of the courthouse complex to either a consolidation of Tumwater, now somewhere else. We need to explore that, what that really means. And if that action is taken, it will create 11,342 square feet available space in building 3. And the last graph, the arrow that you have in there related to the relocation of the sheriff's office to Tumwater, based on the information provided 2 years ago. This may be old, but that was the only information that we had at that time. That could have an impact to the general fund of just about $600,000 a year. So that's really to bring you up to speed as to the initial discussions back in September 11.
Mayor, what are the asterisks for B2 and B3 mean?
There is really, that's no space, as you know, I don't remember.
Okay.
So I don't, and I don't have the key for the asterisk, so might as well
Hey.
delete it.
You're supposed to be remembering this. It was only September 11th.
Well, the thing is, no, I took a picture. So that's why I get all this.
I'm just giving you a dig here.
So that's the, I like to pause at this point to see if Commissioner Mejia has any questions.
She hasn't had time to review it.
What's building 6? I'm sorry.
What, yeah, that was going to be my question. What,
Defense.
public defense?
Oh, right, right. And
Okay.
X means it's full, or what?
You know, please, yeah, don't.
And then building 4, it's the human resources.
Yeah. There's, in the first floor is a vacancy there.
Okay. No questions so far.
I have one more thing. Does your critical infrastructure 20 million, are we talking about upkeep? Is that the overall maintenance and kind of how we're going to proceed?
It's a
That
little,
part of what?
Review that.
yeah, it's a little bit
One of
more
the
than that, but you will
documents in your
review that.
packet.
So I mean, that critical infrastructure and upkeep kind of one and the same,
Yeah.
right? Okay.
I do have a question, actually. I don't see here the family juvenile court building. Isn't that part of the general infrastructure for?
So at that time, that was not part of the discussion, but certainly today that can, you can discuss.
Well, just because we've never talked about moving anyone in or out of there.
Yeah, so,
Kind of okay with, and
yeah.
of course, they've got their project to add space too.
Yeah, and in fact, as part of the CFP, there is a project to expand that, some of that.
Did we vote? I know I voted against it, but did that get passed by the board?
The item is on the CFP, not in the current year, and
Yeah.
there's no funding for the FJC space configuration if you
Mhm.
look this year. But the court will be looking for consideration in future years.
Yeah, remember there was just about $5 million. I think that was probably the
There is funding available for the maintenance need. There's a major project that's necessary at FJC.
Mhm.
That is funded.
Yep.
And we're getting started on that.
Yep, I remember that.
So the need of the infrastructure of the building. But the court is looking for funding so that they can move things around and create the space for an additional courtroom
Right,
in that building, and that is what is not currently funded.
okay. I just wanted Carolina to hear that.
Thank you.
So this is what it was discussed back in September 11th, 2020 with the board. So
Can we just stop right there? Because, okay, you've got the red hatches as kind of the open space. And we can spend probably hours kind of, oh, how could we, squeeze this out of this and this? But I think at a fundamental level, we kind of need to acknowledge that that's just not going to be enough space. So in my opinion, the court system, when you look at the fact that we're trying to add a judge, and that's going to come with other people, and we may be trying to add 2 commissioners, maybe, that could happen. And we're already bursting at the seams. We've got courtrooms doubled up and no attorney-client space. I mean, I think that if we're going to keep these buildings for the medium term, the court system needs them, all of them. I mean, the sheriff leaving is not going to create enough space for what the court system needs. Commissioner Edwards, back when we were talking about the new plan, you were saying, we do need to build a courthouse.
Yep.
Maybe all this other stuff doesn't have to come with it, but we all agree on that. And I think that if our court system's going to survive here more than a couple of years, we need more space. So, I mean, is the board or Ramiro, are you willing to think about getting administration out of Building 1 and allowing the court system to take this complex and be?
absolutely, because one of the discussions was exactly that, if you may remember September 11, is to start looking of office space right here that perhaps just moves the whole building water administration, Board of County Commissioners and permitting process somewhere else. And I don't know what that somewhere else will be, but, and that's the direction that we would like to hear from the board today.
Okay.
How far you want us to explore those options.
When do we get to start talking about this?
Before we launch into this, you know, as we came into this conversation, we had the discussion in September. We've been talking for a long time about what do we do if the courthouse ballot hadn't passed. And I needed to ground myself in a what are we doing? So I asked Romero about a goal statement that I was trying to get to. And here is what I kind of, what I came up with. I think that our ultimate goal is to create a plan that, to the best of our ability and within available resources, accommodates the near-term needs of offices and departments and allows us to prioritize the maintenance projects, which you'll hear about, to coincide with any remodeling that might be necessary, that we make the best possible use of space we currently own and assess how much more we need to purchase or lease. I think that if that's the goal and we can work toward that, then you give us the room to explore what's possible. Because I really believe that we could. We thought about bringing floor plans to this meeting, but I think that we all would have dived in to try to start to puzzle things together, and that would not have been productive. But if we could get the direction, are you willing to think about lease space? Are you willing to think about, you know, moving huge pieces of what's currently altogether off campus? Then we've got a direction that we can start to work toward to bring you some options.
Yeah, if that is the direction of the board at the end of this conversation, then the next planning session, which is scheduled for another 2 months, that may be probably the focal point of your discussion. Because again, at this point, the conversation you're going to be engaged is 30,000-foot level, and I am not going to be asking you to approve any plans because there's no plans really at this point. It's all that conversation options that you're going to be hearing.
Right, and we won't have the space analysis from the consultant until June. So it's going to be a few months before we have the nitty-gritty of how much space each office believes that they need.
Yeah, I think that I think that the courts are pretty distinct. Maybe Carolina will know better than anyone, but I think the courts are kind of distinct from I think that the pandemic is going to really affect our space needs in other departments. I don't think it's going to be as impactful with the courts because you need courtrooms, and jury spaces, and attorney-client meeting. Like pandemic's not going to change that. So I feel more comfortable about moving forward to meet the court's needs because I'm pretty sure I know what those are. I don't know what other departments might be able to make do with less space, but that's why giving them this space to configure that will really meet the needs of our courts for the medium term makes sense to me. I just think that everything else is going to be a lot of effort for very little gain.
For me, if we were to move the administrative offices, they would all have to move together at one spot. For me, it's all about accessibility. When someone comes, the good thing about, this is that when someone comes to the auditor's office, they can go to the treasurers, they can go to the assessors, it's all together, CPED's up here. So I believe if we were to move this administrative building, it would have to be all the offices together instead of separating them into different areas. But I mean, when we talk about the courthouse and courtrooms, I mean, the need for courtrooms, it's very great. I know district court sometimes has to use Superior Court courtrooms, and it all comes down to, you know, district court doesn't have sometimes enough space for their juries. But then we talk security. I mean, if we really start talking about security back there, it's another issue that comes into mind. So, but that's just my suggestion. I feel if we were to move the administrative offices out of Building 1, for them to be all together just for accessibility to the public.
Okay, can I jump in there?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I know we're trying to be informal about
Go
this.
for it.
Taking into consideration that the commissioner just laid out for us, I agree. I think we need to keep certain segments together, just about the way Carolina laid that out. And I think that we're going to have to do some things, and parking is going to be a big issue, but how much are we going to think about autonomous vehicles and some of that kind of stuff? I don't know. I haven't heard much more about that lately. As far as if you're going to have your own car drop you off and then go be a Uber and run around and then come back and get you. I mean, that's really the concept that you and I talked about one time. And I think it's a reality. I don't know exactly where it's at and where it's coming, but electric vehicles is another piece of that. And are we going to partner with some outfit that's going to put in electric meters at the same time so that we can have recharge stations? I think as much as environmental folks think I'm being hard on the environment, I think all these fir trees have to go, because fir trees and buildings don't go good together for long-term maintenance. And we can have the trees farther away from the buildings, but if you look at anybody's roof in the Northwest, when they're around fir trees, they got problems with their roof. It's just the way it is. So how we address that, you know, has to be an issue. What the chair brought up about what I've talked about on the courthouse is a standalone building constructed on this campus. And again, I'm no engineer, I'm not trying to, this is the way I want it and that's the way it's going to be. I'm just making a suggestion that where the buildings outfit is over here, over next to where HR is, that has been a building space that's been available to us. I can't tell you anything about it or who owns it, but I was told at one point in time that it technically could be purchased, and they weren't going to gouge anybody in the process, but they wanted a fair price. And we own everything else over there, where HR is and where public defense is. If we had that building, we would have quite a square footage area there. And my dream, if you would be, is to do something for 100-year or more building, and just plan out for the future in partnership with a private developer. And what that would entail would be, say, whatever the zoning could handle as far as height, maybe, I don't know, 6 or 7 floors, constructed to courthouse standards. So we'd all know what a Superior Court room looks like. And so we would plan ahead. All the floors would be able to be expanded into and addressed. And maybe the county only needs 2 floors right now. I don't know the answer to that. And then in 25 years, it's written into this contract that you expand into the 3rd floor or something like that. And 25 years more into the 4th floor. Anyway, some type of a progression in a public-private partnership. Now, I've been told, well, that isn't normal, you know, and whatnot. Well, it's not normal. When I was sheriff, I had a helicopter component that didn't cost the taxpayers hardly a penny because I partnered with private enterprise, and it was a very valuable asset to the community at no cost. I'm not saying this is going to be no cost, but it's going to be less capital outlay to do a proposal, what I'm talking about, than it would be for us to try to build 7 or 8 stories and do it right now. And then, because we can't lease out. What can we do, 10%? Isn't that what the law says? We can only lease 10%? We have to occupy the rest of it?
I believe it's depending on the size of the bonding, but I think it's just about right.
The tax
Bond.
Yeah, it's got to be less than 10% of the square footage over the life of the.
I mean, so it becomes a problem to, there's restrictions that government has wrote into the law for a reason, I suppose. Anyway, I think there's the possibility that we could have a complete standalone system, and we could have all of the courts and public defense and prosecutor in that one building. And then that frees up everything else for this other expansion and to keep proximity in play here with like the treasurer, the assessor, auditor, when people are doing business. Somehow we have to figure into some type of a security component needs to be addressed into that. But I think that would be our major project, and it would be a more than 100-year building. I mean, they talk about a 100-year building is kind of standard. I want to think out of the box. I'd like to think about buildings like they have in Europe that, you know, are there 500 years or whatever.
Thousands of years.
Thousands of years. Well, that's okay. I want to think out of the box when we do it. And I'm not saying it's the only solution. It's just one that I've kicked around that I think makes more sense. We're up here on the hill. We're never going to be affected by sea level rising. We've got plenty of ingress and egress here. We've got new activity going to take place over here with a new on-ramp and off-ramp off of 101. And I just think it makes a lot of sense. This is probably the most beautiful campus in the South Puget Sound. It could be. So that's kind of it in a nutshell for me as to where I would like to see things go.
So that is one of the options that was presented in one of our prior space needs
Well, it wasn't
studies.
quite
that
presented
we
like
can-
that, but it's there,
Well,
right?
we can brush it off. I believe that you'll find it is extremely close to what you have described.
And I think it makes sense.
Yep, so we can pull that out and have it available at the next session where we work
Well,
on this.
that's just my idea. I don't know
Well,
what
I
my
mean,
seatmates
is
think.
there any information, when you talk about dusting off something that was previously put together? I mean, I don't have a sense of, I don't know enough about business and real estate. I mean, I don't know what that would cost. Like, we were talking about building a $250 million courthouse ourselves. If what Commissioner Edwards is talking about would cost $20 million or a tenth of that, then I might be pretty interested in that.
Well, we
But
don't
I just
know.
it never really was explained to me. Ooh, good catch. It never really explained to me what the numbers would look like on something like that, even if it were feasible. So I had no real sense of whether or not, I mean, I could see the downsides of it, but the positive side of it would be the cost save, the economy of it, potentially. And I just I don't have a sense of that.
That's precisely why. I'd have to pull it out, dust it off, and see what
But I mean, even when we talked about it before, I don't recall.
how to fill it in.
Yeah, even,
You have to see what to fill in.
And part of the cost could be something like, what's the cost of the disruption?
Right.
With staff and all that. Well, we're in an ideal situation and time right now because building space is readily available all around. And right over here where we went with the courts just recently, there's a lot of building space, empty office space over there. And I think those buildings are like 6 stories high or something. And So I would advocate that those people that were disrupted because of tearing down and moving HR and everybody out of that building and over where Patrick's at, those folks, we could lease space from these building owners up here on the hill. So it's an ideal situation to keep everybody in close proximity and continue on with doing business on a daily basis and still accomplish that. And my idea of the cost on that is that we would have only a very small cost in comparison to the total cost, and that would be the partnership where you would get in, whether those would be doctors' offices or law offices that would be utilized, you know, I don't know exactly what that would entail, but it's something doable. The courthouse is the anchor, especially around the law component, so I think
I'm sorry.
So, and I'm sorry to interrupt, but I had a question in regards, I mean, we're talking about courtrooms and administrative, but then, you know, elections is a big thing. It brings out, you know, a lot of cars, it brings out a lot of our population, you know, especially during a heavy election year. You know, we really have to think about what space does the auditor need, and I know she wants to have a point where everything's transparent, where she doesn't have to take her ballots to a separate place, and, you know, we're spending money renting out a separate space. So, you know, we really have to think about how that can be accessible to her too, where it's, she can have something that's transparent to the public, but also very accessible, especially, I mean, this year was a prime example. She did a fantastic job at just using the resources she had available to really, I mean, I toured the ballot counting, and she had cameras everywhere, and you could view it online, but I know she really wants to move out of there and make it to a point where it's not taking staff time to walk them through the process, but for people to actually come and just stand outside and they can view it. So, I mean, it's something that we also have to think about and including it here, if that's going to be the place. For me, it's always like, I don't like people jumping around, or there's, you know, we're just split up all over the county, but just having one campus, you know, solution, that would be the ideal situation for me, instead of county resources or being split all over, having staff to travel all over the county for, you know, to do their job.
No, and absolutely important, because what you highlight is absolutely important, because the needs of the county, it goes beyond the courts. I know the courts are in the immediate need, and if you add elections, because the auditor needs absolutely a good ballot center that is accessible as you described, that because it's growing, and the demands for that part of the county business is growing, and the space it needs to go along with it. And then if you add the other needs, the public defender need, you know, attorneys are sitting on the hallways at the public defense, for instance. So there is a need to add additional space. So and that's really is the conversation as to where the board would like to go on this, is just going on addressing one part of the need, or addressing a larger context, right? And that was part of some of the initial discussions when we were looking at the many different options of the courthouse project. And we'll bring those again, again, obviously not to you, but just to revisit that idea, because some of the ideas Commissioner Edwards stated was part of, not necessarily specifically, but broad in terms of that. And, but every single option has a cost. And every single option has is, you know, what is the ability the county has to fund anything like, and you have the ability at this point is a maximum of $50 million bond.
Right, and
I'm saying going to the public.
right there is like my big thing. Like I'm interested in anything that fits within our financial means. Like my mind is wide open. But once we get past that 50 million mark, if we're gonna have to go to the voters for a tax increase, then my mindset changes. Then if we're gonna ask the voters to raise their taxes, and I don't care if it's $3 a month or $11 a month or whatever, if we're gonna do something good that is logical and that meets all of our needs and that's gonna meet the long-term needs of this county. I'm not gonna ask people to raise their taxes for a patchwork solution that's not ideal. So I'm willing to do any kind of creative stuff if it fits within our $50 million window. But if we have zero options and we have to go back to the voters, then I'm back to knowing, maybe we scale back because of pandemic, space needs, but I'm back to thinking, how do we solve this problem for the long term? Because that's what I think people are going to expect when you ask them to raise their property taxes. But yeah, if something I haven't thought of fits within a $50 million budget, let's hear about it. Because to me, all those, everything we've talked about that's under 50 million is inadequate in some manner or another, and we just have to make the best with those means. I personally think that, Carolina, you're talking about, I would just say that, understand, we've already got public health in one place, public works in another place, family court in another place. So we're already dealing with the fraction, and we're talking about sending the sheriffs down to a completely different place in South Tumwater. So we're already divided up. Yeah, do we want to divide up the auditor, assessor, and treasurer? No. Do we want to divide up the court system? No. But if the commissioner's offices are, if the commissioners, if the CPED building center is a different place than the auditor or the commissioners, I don't know that the public really cares about that, if that's what we have to do. I think it's good to have us all together to the extent possible, but I think we need to make, what I'm looking for, any of these things that we're gonna do are gonna be expensive and time consuming and disruptive to our departments. So if we're gonna make this kind of a move, any move, whether it's shooting general government over to Building 5 or anything like that, I want it to be a significant move that meets the medium-term space needs. I don't want to just be pulling people here and squeezing them over there, and it's still totally inadequate and short-term, and they don't know where they're going to be in 5 years. Like, if we're going to start moving pieces around, it has to be sensible and actually meeting the medium-term space needs of the county. And if none of that can be done with $50 million, then we need to, I'm sorry, we're going to have to talk about another value proposition for a tax increase, but, we should explore what to do.
And how do you define medium term?
Like, I define medium term as maybe 10 or 15 years, because, long term is like 30, 50 years, and short term is the next 5.
Right.
Yeah. So I want to see court, if we're going to kick commissioners out of Building 1 and start tearing down walls and making new courtrooms and stuff, like, that's got to meet the needs of the courts for 10 or 15 years, not 2 or 3.
Well, and if we're going to spend $50, then you're going to be committing to 25 years of tying up your REIT 1
$50 million.
fund. Is
I
this
caught
off?
that too.
No,
I'm muted.
you say $50.
Oh, 50. Yeah.
I got $50.
I'll chip into that, yeah.
I will
I
pay that.
double that. No, we've got 50 million to spend, and one of the things we'll look about, because again, all the papers that we have to look at are just backup documents. But one of those is 50 million. If what I assumed was a 20-year bond, and that completely ties up the REIT fund for 25 years. You will not have capacity for anything else.
Let me just throw something else in the wrench there. You guys have heard me say this before, but urban flight is real. It's coming, and REIT money is going to increase. because we're gonna have a lot of building, and a lot of transactions that take place. Because another topic that I don't even know that we're gonna get to today, but is affordable housing. And we are never gonna have affordable housing if we don't have adequate housing. And the only way we're ever gonna get there is to cut back on some of the regulatory expense. That's gonna be a whole nother topic to talk about. But we're in a situation right now, recognizing what Commissioner Mejia is talking about as far as that consolidation fact. We do have the health department over at Lily Road, and we've got Public Works at Tilley Road, and we've got the sheriff, 80% of his operation is already over at the airport, and we've got the jail that is already where it is, and none of those situations might be ideal. I mean, you've probably heard me squawk about the jail, but a different topic, but none of them are ideal situations, but it is what it is. And we've inherited what we've inherited. For whatever reason, good, bad, indifferent, it doesn't matter. It's the reality that we're stuck with. And so as we make our plan addressing whatever it is we need to do, and I know my plan is a little bit grandiose, and it is completely impossible to do what I'm proposing without a public partner partnership. So, you know, a lot of things to think about on that topic, but I doubt we're ever going to get things really consolidated. I mean, this campus just doesn't have enough space for it, you know, any way we look at it, unless we went 20 stories high or something. And I don't know what Olympia is going to allow us to do. And I'll just be real honest with you. I heard about a revitalization plan for downtown Olympia 10 years ago that included potential of a courthouse. And I alienated a lot of my friends this last election cycle because I came out against the courthouse in downtown Olympia. Because every area that type of a revitalization is proposed for needs an anchor. It's just the way it is. It needs an anchor. We're going to see malls that are no longer going to be the anchor in the communities because of the Amazon business plan. So I think we talk about sea level rising, different things like that. I mean, I'm looking at the long term. So I am looking a couple hundred or maybe 500 years down the road. And I'm going to be hard pressed to even think about downtown Olympia. And I know a lot of people don't want to hear that, but it's my long-term vision that I'm stuck with. And so if we can do it here within what we've got and within the state law, then this would be the most likely expansion to deal with the not so good situation of everything spread out. Now, if you wanted to get more practical and the law was changed and you could build outside the county seat and maybe within the growth management area of, you know, a particular geographical location, that might give us more space and cheaper per square foot. But the way it is now, the way the state legislature has got it laid out, the law is the law, and it is what it is. Now we can make some changes. We went to the legislature and asked for authority to do that whole bonding thing, and we got it. So you can't say that you can't get things changed. But if we're going to do something other than this campus, I think this campus will only handle kind of just a rough layout of what I've suggested. I mean, the auditor, I agree, needs to have that election space, but that's probably a pretty limited time frame in the scheme of things. They need to have their registration and filing and all that kind of stuff right here with the treasurer and the assessor and all that. But we need to have a fallback for the auditor to move forward on our business on these very complicated elections that we'll be developing. So I don't know how we can handle that exactly as far as the footage that we need that would be otherwise not vacant, but sitting somewhat idle during certain periods of time.
Mayor, why don't you walk us through the rest of your background stuff and then we can.
Yeah. Could I suggest 5-minute break and then we'll
Yeah.
put it on the screen?
All right, we're back from our break in the middle of the planning work session for Friday, January 29th, 2021. We are in the middle of a discussion on space needs, and Ramiro is going to kind of walk us through some of the documents in the packet before we continue the discussion.
Okay, thank you, commissioners. So at this point, we'll walk you through overall background information related to the stuff that you have been discussing for at least the last hour plus. And Robin is going to take the lead on the documentation that we have prepared for you.
Right. So would you like me to share my?
Yeah, please do.
So the public can see as well. And I'm gonna.
There you go.
So the first item, and again, I know I've said it a few times, but I'll say it again. These truly are background items. It's information you've asked for or that may or may not be helpful as we have these conversations about the needs of the space for our offices and departments. The first document is the occupied and vacant square footage of buildings that the county owns. And just very quickly to orient you on how to read this, the name of the building, first one up, of course, Building 1. Here is the list of all of our offices and departments that occupy this building, the square footage that each of these offices and departments occupies, including a share of shared space like meeting rooms, for total square footage in Building 1 of 45,313 square feet. No space in Building 1 is currently considered vacant and available. And by the way, these items are stapled together, but I have torn mine apart because each one is pretty much a standalone document. So what we have, I'm trying to get this as small as possible so I can work the screen at the same time as I'm talking to you. Here's the space in every building. You'll see that Building 3 has 40,000 square feet of vacant space. That is the old jail. So you know the condition of the old jail. To use that space would require some significant remodeling, but it is down there.
Robin, could I ask you something about that? So you've got corrections and then old jail. So is part of that administrative space? Is that what you're talking about? And then the rest of it is square footage for inmates?
So the corrections is using a part of the old jail as day holding for courts. And that is the 4,000 square feet.
And so if they weren't down there, you'd have 45,000 square feet or something.
That's true, but you would not move that part of corrections away from the courts. They need a place to hold people.
Right.
So really, that's not available.
Yeah.
If you move the sheriff out, however, you'd see that between the sheriff and the evidence, that's where you get to the 11,000 square feet that's shown on this page. If the sheriff were to move, he would take his evidence with him, and you'd have about 11,000 square feet.
So I have a question in regards to the old jail, and you said that, you know, of the condition it's in. Could you go into a little bit more background for me, please, on why it's not really usable?
The old jail, and we should arrange for you to take a tour, The old-
I've taken the tour.
So you've seen that, okay.
I've seen the condition,
You've
but just,
seen it.
just knowledge,
So
yeah.
that is part of the challenge. We do have to maintain uh, some of, like, the heat at a very low level, but the heat is connected to the rest of the building, so the heat has to stay turned on. That costs us. But there are major deficits in that area, like it was vacant and we weren't intending to use it, so when we upgraded the wiring in the building, we did not upgrade the wiring in the old jail. When we moved probation down in response to the pandemic to the administrative area, we found that we had to, it took us quite a while to install new wiring so it would support current technology. The communication systems are no longer working, the boilers are broken, there's some major repair work, just infrastructure-wise in that area. It leaks badly in certain areas. We were considering for a short time, we were negotiating with JBLM for leasing part of that space. They ultimately decided that they did not want to use our jail. But even during that, they were coming through and making a list of things that we would have to address if they were to move their inmates in. And it just, there were areas that even they would not have used had they moved in because they were in such extremely poor condition.
Yeah, the city of Olympia also facilitated a tour because they wanted to have a temporary space to relocate some of their municipal jail inmates. The tour lasted 10 minutes.
Is there an estimated cost of repairs?
We do have a cost estimate. I don't have that on the top of my head. I can certainly get that for you. It is extensive. It costs more to repair the old jail than it would for us to build a new unit at the new jail. Ultimately, the cost was higher. And then you've got the operating costs as well. So that's to use it as a jail. We could convert it into other things. We're currently using a portion of it for storage space. It's good for that. We've converted the administrative and the visiting areas to a usable space for probation, for district court. So they're down there now. And you see that on this list. They're using 4,500 square feet for probation, and that's in the old jail space. But to convert it to something really usable, district court seriously considered whether or not we could convert part of the state space to courtrooms, and it just wasn't considered feasible. So we're open to suggestions on how to use it, but it's in pretty poor shape.
Haunted house, does that not?
Yeah. Cost prohibitive.
We really considered using it as extra jail space, but the dividing up the jail operations into two pieces, the staff is going to just swallow up the cost savings within a very short period of time, because now they'd have to have
That's right.
email staffing to do inspections and meal services and all the different things divided into two different locations. Is going to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars extra. Swallow up any construction savings.
That's exactly what
So we just abandoned that as
we did early on in the pandemic when we were concerned about an outbreak at the jail. We cleaned a small block of cells so that if we had to use it as a quarantine area for our inmates, it's ready. And it continues to be ready for that purpose, but it is an extremely undesirable option, and the sheriff is, it is an option he would rather not consider.
Yeah.
So We are looking, but it is sitting there empty and costing us
And overtime would have been a big piece of that if we would have had to use it.
huge.
How about the possibility of a, just opening it up wide as a, extra conference space for jury to come in and they have the access to the elevator and that way they don't have, the issue I know that they usually complain about is, they have their jury coming in at the same time as witnesses and defendants. Would that be an option or is that something that's already?
I think the structure there is the question of when it's a remodel several times over.
Yeah.
To get where we are now, and I don't think that was taken into consideration, so your support walls and beams and stuff are gonna be probably a problem. But it's worth looking at.
But certainly,
Certainly worth
that
looking
is
at.
one of the many options that perhaps the board may consider studying the space for the old jail. But is the amount of money to put it into a state in which can be operational to whatever options you may want to consider.
Right.
Because you're right, that could be a good option,
Yeah.
but it's
Except,
for the amount of investment.
well, and the elevator is not accessible. It is actually, the way to access the elevator is in the sheriff's office. And we have to keep that elevator secure, so that's not available to the public to use. Like, we couldn't have a jury take the elevator down into the old space, which was one of the struggles with moving probation down there. How do we have access? But the elevator is not available.
But if we were to look at uses for the old jail, we need to address all those
All those
elements,
things.
access
Right.
and everything else.
Those are the little things
Yeah.
that have come up as we've looked at it for various things that you just don't know until you ask the questions.
Thank you, Robin.
So looking at building 4, move that up on my screen so others can see it. In building 4, you see that we list 1,100 square feet. We've been talking about 3,500 square feet. That other square footage is on the line right above. CPED has a few people left, but the space is being very poorly utilized. We would move those people to a different location in a much more efficient manner because they do not require 2,500 square feet, and that would make that area available as well. It is adjacent to the vacant square footage. So really, it would be easy to create 3,500 square feet in building 4 that would be a block that could be used for a purpose, a specific purpose.
Taking the resource hub area, so it will get a little less.
That's exactly right. We'd have to find a place to put them, but it would be easier to make that space usable. In building 5, the Twin Star Bank moved out last October, and that creates, I believe, the full first floor of building 5 is now vacant. And it's set up for a bank. It currently has a drive-through window and a customer service desk and a vault. That makes it attractive for our offices that handle money and have to have a secure area to store certain types of documents. The question is 3,000 square feet adequate, or could we possibly perhaps move the prosecutor into space closer to the courts and make the entire building available to the auditor, the treasurer, and the assessor if they were willing to go to that building. So that is one option that we've kicked around. Or is there some other?
How many stories is that building?
2.
It's a 2-story building, 2
So
floors.
the whole first floor is only 3,000, but the whole second floor is 11,000?
That I'll have to ask my facility guys that question. That is a great question of why it plays out that way. And Jason's one of the people that we have online. Maybe he can be looking into that while we look at the rest of this document.
I have a question, Robin. Is this, the Twin Star Bank, is it something that extra floors can be added on if, we would require more space if, let's
Could we
say,
build up on that particular building? I don't think so.
We have to
but-
see the structural elements in which it was built. I don't know if they have enough structural support for another floor.
okay.
But, not to say that we can explore that option. So related to the former Twin Star Bank in the empty space, they made a pledge to the auditor to bring this, that she has looked at this option as a potential option to move elections. I think she sees the drive-through as an opportunity to have drive-through registration for new voters. So and as I stated to Mary Hall, says, okay, I'll bring that as the many options the board may be considering. So, Mary, I've done my duty.
What did she liked this idea?
Of moving just elections
Only
to the empty space, not the whole operations, because
Not the
Robin,
recording and-
Robin stated the general government that perhaps that may be something that she's not necessarily interested on.
And that's the 1296 here that we see on our chart.
Right.
Right, and we don't know if the treasurer or the assessor would be
Yep.
interested in that option. It's just one thing we've thought about.
I've talked to the treasurer. He said he was very interested.
Oh,
Haven't talked to the
Well,
assessor.
that will be one of the questions that I will ask at the end of this session. How far you want us to explore those options?
right. Okay, and public defense is alone in building 6 and bursting at the seams. Continuing on. On the other page, you see the rest of the buildings that the county owns that are,
Full.
yeah, they're everywhere. And they're pretty much full, yes, they are full. So we have the CSA building, it's now called the triage building, right next to the new jail. It is about 11,000 square feet. Once we do the expansion with the BHASO, if that's the right acronym,
Got it.
then that building will be pretty much full and will only have about 500 square feet left. And I think that that's where the sheriff has his freezer. So even that is being used. The coroner's building, also in the Mottman area, he currently, I believe, has suitable space, and it is a fairly new building comparatively. We have moved WSU Extension into the Benechek building at the fairgrounds. They occupy a little over 3,000 square feet there. Here's the FJC. They're occupying almost 74,000 square feet between the courts and detention. Then you have the corrections facility and work release, also in Mottman.
Could I comment on something there? I don't know where we're going to go on juvenile detention, but that's something that's changing all around the country. And so something might happen there. I don't know what they're running now, but they were running under 10 there for quite a while. And there's 90 beds there. So it's never made any sense to me to have 90 beds, 10 people in them, and 80 empty beds, and not being able to utilize that. So I don't know what's going to happen with juveniles, but I know King County, I think they canceled their whole juvenile construction project a few years back. So it's kind of like alternatives to incarceration are going to be the name of the game at some point. I'm not up on it. And I don't know if juvenile could help us out on kind of what's coming. on that issue.
Commissioner Edwards has been very adamant trying to find creative use of that space, and we've had some letters back and forth from the court. You should see, if you haven't seen those, it'd be Judge Schaller, who was the
Yeah.
presiding judge at the time, wrote a letter why she didn't like the idea that we were exploring. And so it kind of lays that issue out. But there is that, you know, that space that really is underutilized. I mean, it's
Yes.
very difficult to convert it to any other use, but that's
So
definitely something we've talked about a lot over the last 2 years.
we had at one point asked the court to give us options on ways to use that space. I don't recall the response to that.
I don't think we received a response, but certainly we can explore that.
I-
You have been extremely consistent on
Yeah.
that.
I
Commissioner.
think it's a structural issue, you know, from a correctional facility to office space usually doesn't pan out very good.
And I think it's a structural challenges as well as operational challenges.
Yeah.
You know, and
Jail-wise, like it's a real big problem having youth and adults in the same facility. So that's pretty much a no-go. I mean, you can do it, but the construction that would be required to make that legal would be like prohibitive. So then the question was, Commissioner Edwards proposed, well, why don't we build a smaller, cheaper juvenile jail, and then we'd have this bigger, emptier jail for maybe our flex unit needs or something else. But
And it'd be almost like a hotel room rather than,
conceptually, I was very interested in that, but then the numbers, the dollars and cents just didn't seem to pan out from my perspective. So I got, and then the courts didn't like it, different set of reasons.
there is property over there to
But-
build on.
Yes,
yeah, we have 10 acres
yeah,
right next to it.
Gotta
Yeah,
check
the
that
whole complex is 10
land.
acres.
I think one of the plans I saw when the whole courthouse proposal was going on was to move district court over to family juvenile court.
That was Mr. Pettit's idea.
And I didn't quite agree with that just because district court does jury trials as well. And just the prospect, I've done jury administration, and the prospects of having two split juries or having to transport juries from one location to the other just didn't seem feasible to me. And so I just wanted to add that note about other plans that I'd seen rotating around, and just the feasibility of, you know, once the public starts coming in, and the liability that it would hold for the county if we start transporting them from one location to the other.
Well, I mean, think about what that plan is conceptually. It's taking a big chunk of what's here and putting it somewhere else. To me, getting the administration chunk somewhere else makes a lot more sense than taking district court and severing it from Superior Court and breaking up your court system. I mean, it's the same idea. We could build a wing to the family juvenile court and put ourselves there. I mean, we wouldn't do that, but I mean,
But I think then you come into state law that says the county seat, and that's in Tumwater, you know, and that kind of.
He was saying, yeah, I guess he was saying that the district court by law could be there. That made sense. But anyway, the point being, the concept I think is right, which is that we've got too much here trying to squeeze into these old buildings.
And staff never really explored that proposal by the citizen. It was a proposal submitted to the board. The board didn't provide direction to further explore whether it's feasible, viable. And I think Commissioner Mejia, you raised perhaps the same concerns the district court raised when that proposal was put forth in front of the commissioners. And you're right. I mean, if we was to consider relocation, the administrative part of building one requires less
Connectivity.
specialized
Yeah.
space
Specialized space.
than the
That was
courts.
one issue. My other issue was the 50 million is a new number. When I got on the board, Robin was saying we've got about $25 million of capacity to bond. So I'm thinking we've got $25 total million worth of over a period of 25 years to play with. And the idea that we were going to build a huge wing of district court for less money than that wasn't, you know, Mr. Pettit was arguing we could, but, you know, I don't think he has the expertise to say what that was going to cost. And it was still gonna require going to the vote of the people to raise the levy and get a tax increase, and I go back to my original point. If I'm gonna ask the people for a tax increase, we're gonna do things right. Logically, long-term, not another piecemeal solution. There was no way we were gonna get his plan built for the financial capacity we thought we had in 2019. Now we've got, REITs coming in stronger, and we've got a little more capacity, but
But
we're not gonna build a huge, big courthouse.
but also you may recall during the initial conversation as to what the capacity that REIT one had to do something else with facilities. At that point is when the board was discussing the flex unit, because the flex unit was taking some of that capacity from REIT one.
$25 million.
So to put
And we
into-
authorized that
Yeah, to
temporarily.
put into a context, right?
Yep.
Because the $50 million, the capacity that you have with REIT one, includes the flex unit if the board wants to move in that direction. So,
No, you're right. I take it back. It was 35 million was where we started when I was joined the board, and we agreed to use up 19 to 25 million on the flex unit, which now we've retracted that. But at the time, I was thinking we're not going to build a huge district court building for less than $10 million. That can't possibly happen. So anyway,
I want to expand on your REIT funding is going to expand. We've got all the control on how fast that expands. Because real estate excise tax is a big chunk of money when you're doing house sales. And if we're at all interested in affordable housing, got to have adequate housing or we'll never have affordable housing. And urban flight is real. It's coming. We should plan for it and utilize it to our benefit. So, I know we have a little difference in opinion on some of this, everybody should live in a condo in downtown versus my view, which is different, so, anyway. But
we just sat through a Salmon Recovery Council meeting. We were going through our desired outcomes, and number 1.1.1 on the list is increased growth within the urban growth areas, decreased growth outside of it. Number one goal for salmon recovery.
I know, but we've got quite the discussions we can have farther down the road about what is the real problem when we come to municipal sewer systems versus on-site septic. And boy, it's pretty common that a municipal sewer system is putting out 10 million gallons a day of toxic effluent into the Puget Sound. And that's pharmaceuticals and everything else.
Well, let's get back to this.
Just something to think about.
Absolutely,
We've got no shortage of conversation.
Oh, absolutely.
Not on today's.
No.
Not at all. So just to be mindful, and again, I don't want to rush this conversation, but just to be mindful, maybe an hour I was open to another hour.
Okay.
Spend on this, just walking through the documents a little bit faster.
Right. Well, this is the
The
good
fast as you
robust
can.
conversation, and I don't want to cut it off, but I will. The rest of them I don't think are nearly as interesting. I do want to point out with the Tilly complex, which is the next major item on this list. The complex is a number of buildings, as you know, 70,000 square feet. But even at this point in time, and with the recent remodel of Tilly, we need to make an assessment of how to best use the space that we have on Tilly Road. So one of the things that is in your CFP is a space analysis of Tilly. And once we do that, we'll be looking for money and ways to fund what we determine the needs in Tilly are, if we can further develop that area to support public works.
Maybe just as a point of interest as you move forward with further discussions on this, for me, it would be helpful anyway. And just things like, we own 10 acres up there at the juvenile facility. We own some property over at the adult jail facility. some of these areas might help us to, if we, you know, what's the acreage over there at Tilly that we have available versus how much could we convert? How much is tied up in the gopher? I think there's about 4 acres over there tied up in pocket gopher that someday we might be able to mitigate or do something. So just different things like that.
No, and right up on it, and, you know, that is really a good ask, the two-way campus.
Oh,
Because
very good.
I think it was before you, Commissioner Winter, with process eliminating the restrictions that site had in terms of the previous surface. Because the previous surface under the code, they couldn't do anything with what's there. So they're going to approve the flexibility under the code, so open up the opportunity to explore options. But the market
Whole nother discussion, impervious surface is coming up yet.
is coming up next week.
Yep, but just be aware, we are looking at what do we need even in our other buildings. And the public health building, also currently full to capacity. They may have a little room to move things around a bit, but that building, I'm not sure how old the building is, but I know it's coming up at a time when it too needs some major repairs. So I think that the point that you were raising earlier, Commissioner, that we need to be mindful of all of the needs of the county is, you know, right exactly on. So we can't forget that we've got an entire county to support. The next document that you have in this packet is our leased space. Make this a little bigger on the screen. Oops, not that big. We also have a handful of very small spaces in field offices, like you're aware of a very small space that we use for the sheriff's office that we pay $100 a year. You know, it's very inexpensive. And those are small offices located in areas for the sake of efficiency and public service that we would never consolidate. These are your major leases that you may in time consider the need to consolidate if we had adequate county-owned space. So we've got the sheriff out at New Market. He's currently occupying almost 29,000 square feet. We pay $194,000 a year for that space. We have the new off-site courtroom. I want to say that that is one of our success stories from 2020. We stood that space up in an incredibly short time, and it is currently being used by the courts, even though not currently for trials. They are using this new court space, and I think that we built in one courtroom for Superior Court, one courtroom for District Court, and that will cost us $471,000 per year because it is directly tied to the coronavirus. We are seeking funding from the administrator of the courts. Now that the CRF funding has been extended, we may get some money, if not all of this, to offset the cost, but currently it's paid from the general fund. The auditor's elections is located out at Mottman. That is almost 11,000 square feet, currently $91,000 a year, and you've already talked this morning about the auditor's need for additional space for her elections operations. This is not her entire elections office at Mottman. She has some election staff located here in Building 1. Superior Court Drug Court is renting space on Bristol Court. It's very close to here, but it is leased space, 5,000 square feet, $78,000 a year. Central Services Facilities is currently at 2,500 Mottman. They moved in just a few years ago. It is at 11,000 square feet. It's $87,000 a year. That lease I think it goes to the end of 2022, but the landlord has told us that they will not renew. And so we are already looking for alternative space for facilities. And finally, the Central Services Record Center is out, they're kind of between where elections are and family and juvenile court in a leased building, 10,000 square feet for $68,000 a year. That's our leased space. The next item in your packet is a list of major maintenance needs in buildings 1, 2, and 3. At the time of the that we were going through the capital facilities plan, that's when you reviewed this document. It, I wanted to bring at that time to your attention that these 3 buildings, if you look at the next page, the summary, which is a summary of page 1, you will see that the major needs of just these 3 buildings over the next 5 years, including some non-critical needs, is over $41 million. Critical needs that need to be done within the next 2 years is $21 million. And the list on page 1 outlines exactly what those projects would be. So you can see that they are, and I'm going to turn to our county manager's background in engineering to tell us what some of these things are. What is an AHU, Romero?
Good question.
Okay, well,
Maybe.
it's expensive, and that's, yeah, either Michael or Chris could jump in and tell us, or Jason, any one of them could tell us what an AHU is and why it would cost $1 million.
Jason Ash, Facilities Manager. Robin, that would be the air handler units.
Air handler unit. So rather critical to the building. It is a critical need. It's my understanding that the items that are marked critical could go into failure at any point in time in the near future. These need to be addressed. We have ductwork that needs to be done, hydronic heating, valve replacements, all of these in building 1 before you get into the lesser critical items like the elevator, windows, HVAC. Building 2, the HVAC is a critical need. And again, the air handler system. Building 3, our drain and waste piping is not a lot of money, but it's on the critical list. We have $2 million here for, is that the term units and VAV replacement? Jason, what is that?
That is the terminal units up in the ceilings. Each office space or area has a unit that controls the temperature and cooling.
Well, those are already not working too well. Anyone who works in these buildings can attest. And goodness help us if they were to completely fail. Those are all expensive, critical needs in these buildings for us to continue to operate and occupy them. And our capital facilities plan, we put the $50 million in. Part of that bond money has to address these needs if we're going to continue to occupy these buildings. And the board at this point in time has not approved any specific projects because we knew that that needed to be part of the conversation about what are we going to do about the space that we need?
So I have a question. So I'm seeing just for the critical needs, it would be 20,150,000, which is, and that goes into the bond, the $50 million bond. So if we were to do these critical repairs, then we would just be left with 30 million to really look into expanding.
So that's the, you know, if we're going to stay in these buildings, that's part of the conversation. The remodel piece would have to be less than the repairs to the buildings to allow us to just to continue to occupy them. But that is all part of the conversation.
Conversation also, that government can touch base on the building reserves. And personal capacity, building reserves, to address the critical that is not enough. But fundamentally, you're right. It will take away from the capacity of the 50 million that work as an option. So.
And that was part of the argument for the court, building a new court. Why would we spend 41 million in 5 years? When for 240 million, we could be set for 75 to 100 years.
That was exactly a piece of the conversation that led us to new courtrooms.
And then I like to always make lemonade out of lemons. So the pandemic has created urban flight. It's real. I encourage everybody to look at really what is happening with young professionals and stuff. And that equates to lots of REIT dollars that are going to become available to deal with all these things, if we choose to go that direction and create affordable housing.
Any other questions about the maintenance needs of these buildings before we move to the next item? Which is the building reserve fund. One of the things that the county does, just as a bit of background, is every year we assess based on square footage. Every office and department pays into building reserve. And the intention of the building reserve fund had been to be able to pay for these kinds of needs out of building reserves and not to have to borrow money to be able to pay for them. Your building reserve is basically your savings account to be able to maintain these buildings. Somewhere along the way, I think it happened before I arrived at the county, the county stopped depositing an adequate amount to pay for these types of projects. There was the Great Recession that, so during that time, the contributions to the buildings reserves were not so robust. I know that in 2014, the Board of County Commissioners at that time decided to not, So, I'm sorry, excuse me. No, that's me. My computer decided to go to sleep because, you know, it timed out.
No, the message that we got was we don't ever go through office update while this conference.
Let me sign back in. Dual factor authentication. No, it's not gonna do that. All right, so as I was saying, in 2014, the board suspended contributions to the building reserve and did not replace the lost revenue to this fund at that time. And after that, the contributions have not been structured. Prior to that time, the contributions had been structured where you assess the needs, figure out how much you'd spend each year, average that over the to the point in time when you needed to do the project, and that became the rate that the office or department paid into the fund. The county stepped away from that method of funding the building reserve fund and instead just came up with a flat rate that people pay in. So there is not money in the building reserve, and they are not collecting sufficient funds to be able to pay for these projects in these or any of our buildings at this point in time.
And let me just comment just a little bit. Remember what I said, that I'd started hearing about a new courthouse and whatnot about 10 years ago. It's when I first started hearing this. It's about the same time they started slowing down, working into this lack of funding, you know, towards maintenance overall.
Right.
So just a point of interest, it's been kicked around for a long time by folks about a revitalization program for downtown Olympia. Just for what it's worth.
So in my tenure here, that was
That was
never a
before
consideration.
you got here. Yep.
I've been here
But remember,
11 years now.
I've been here almost forever.
Right. Right. So that brings me to, here is the amount of money currently available by building. This fund is maintained by building. We are required to account for it by building because different buildings pay in out of different fund sources. And for example, we could not use the money collected from Tilly, which pays out of the road fund, for needs in building 3, which is mainly general fund offices and departments. That's not permissible. Sadly. So the money available in building 5, you'll see is a negative amount because we did some major construction to move the, not construction, but renovation to move the prosecutor into that building and spent more than was available, and we are collecting it in over time. That is a practice that I would not recommend in the future, let's say. But the amount of money available in this fund for these buildings is less than $2 million currently.
Maybe just add to the conversation, because this is a way to avoid, arrest. It's more of a risk assessment. If we don't have adequate building research to address the needs of the building, when an emergency happens, we do that. Right? And if we don't have a building research, then the general has to come up with it. So it's look at it from that perspective as to how much money we're going to be putting away to address the ongoing needs, avoiding having a long impact to, in this case, the general fund.
To follow up on that comment, just food for thought, I've been opposed to paving that building over, paving the driveway and the parking area over at Building 5. And that would just about balance out if we didn't do that, because I don't see that as a necessary item. But anyway, just point of interest, we might tear it down pretty quick.
That's another consistent point that you have.
I'm always consistent, sir. Yes.
Indeed.
I try to be consistent.
Don't mention sand shed, Kevin. Please.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so questions about the building reserve fund?
It seems like the building reserve fund is kind of, in terms of what's really there, is like, just like, it's like an emergency fund. Like, oh, the water's pouring through, we have money, we can patch it. It's not really, it doesn't really address the long-term maintenance schedule at all.
At one point in time,
It was supposed to, but.
It did, and my staff are currently working on what would it take to get back to that.
Yeah.
So that we adequately funded our maintenance needs. But right now, it's there if we need something immediate.
Similar to the
Sure.
you probably put money away to the point of getting a replacement vehicle. Ideally, is and should be the same.
Yes.
Putting enough money, it addresses the long-term needs of maintenance of the scene.
But what was the first thing we cut when we thought we had to make pandemic-related budget cuts? We delayed ENR&R payments. So I mean, I see,
Right.
it's easy to see how that happened in tight times.
And I would say
Now we're
that
paying
is,
the,
right, you
bill.
pay the price later. But that is a common practice. That is absolutely a common practice across the nation,
Sure.
if not worldwide, is
Well-
you cut what you're setting aside in maintenance money for your facilities.
Just so I can be consistent, you know, if the legislature, when they put growth management in place, if they ever would have put phase 2 of growth management in place, it was supposed to give counties the ability to have adequate funding like the cities have, so never happened. Hey, but the Ferguson question on that building, $148,000, is that the one over at the fairgrounds that we redid for WSU?
I think the Ferguson is the other name for the CSA building. We've got money put away for what is now the triage building.
the jail.
Yeah, if we needed to address that. Ferguson is just another name that.
Okay, good
Yeah.
enough, just threw me off. I can.
All right, other questions about building reserves?
No.
Okay, moving on to REIT, which is your, and I do apologize for the very small print on this page. The REIT 1, also called first quarter real estate excise tax. This money, there are restrictions on the way we can use REIT dollars. REIT 2 and REIT 1 can be used for any public-facing infrastructure like streets, water systems, lighting, parks, anything like that. REIT 1 has the added flexibility to be able to use the money on county-owned facilities. REIT 2 cannot be spent that way. That's the difference between the two of them, the major difference. You'll see that the main revenue, real estate excise tax, that is the top line is the beginning fund balance, but the first revenue line is the tax that we collect. In 2020, we collected a little over 3.4 million in REIT. That's about 300,000 more than we collected in 2019. 2019, we collected less than we did in 2018, so there was actually a dip in REIT collections.
Now, I will point out, in REIT, if you see the projections that go forward into 2022 all the way up to 2027, there's not much change, but that doesn't have to be like that.
So
We can make that change through public policy.
yes.
Just like to remind everybody of that.
That's right. And I will say that my forecast of REIT, you see that I've forecasted in 2021, we will collect the same as 2020. It might be higher, but what we see, and I don't mirror the state of Washington's Economic and Revenue Forecast Council in REIT. They are predicting 3 years of steady decline in REIT revenue at the state level. I don't think Thurston County will see that. As Commissioner Edwards has pointed out, our real estate sales are robust. They will probably continue to be robust. I am hesitant to project growth at this time.
Well, we could make them more robust. That's what I keep trying to get at.
Through public policy,
Through
you
public
could
policy.
absolutely pull a lever. So I am saying that my forecast, I believe, is conservative, which is what a forecast for government should be.
And I guess I'm just going to follow that up with there is still personal agendas at play right across the hall that encourage people to not build in rural America and move to the urban core. They make it very difficult for builders to do business in rural America. Just kind of just throw that out there.
I don't know how to answer that.
Well,
Staff across the hallway, as you stated,
it's a reality.
follows what is stated in code. And
They have
that's the
a
direction.
personal agenda that they impose on the public that they don't need to. They're not there to help. They're there to hinder. Some with that personal agenda. So I'll just let it go at that.
Continuing on, unless other commissioners would like to weigh in on that.
I just would point out, this, Commissioner Edwards and I are going to go round and round, but, you know, the more people we put in the rural area, now we're hiring more sheriffs to handle the law enforcement response. We're having to build more roads to get out there to serve all the new population areas. It's just infrastructure costs. So, yeah, REIT 1 might look a little better under that scenario, but the overall county finances are not. Neither are our climate goals, our salmon recovery goals, our transportation congestion goals, all the other things, you know, sustainability is all compromised when you push residential development out to the rural areas. So I will not be favoring that as a policy. It's just for the purposes of pumping up the REIT balance so we can build more county buildings. That's not good policy across the board.
Okay, let me just do one quick follow-up on that. Depending on how you implement public policy, I'll just use trapping beavers as an example. There's a law against trapping beavers now. And so what's happened on that is when our rivers used to be nice and cool and our streams were nice and cool, it was always blamed onto the loggers, but the loggers quit taking trees along the edge of the rivers for probably 40 years ago now. But yet, beavers are continually cutting trees, doing their normal livelihood, and consequently, we have sunshine into the rivers, and sunshine warms up the rivers, and we've got global warming that goes along with that, and then we have deteriorated habitat, because we were well intended on protecting beavers. So things like that happen.
I would urge my seatmates, let's keep on topic. I know that we all have very different opinions about certain things and different policies, but right now we're talking about space and what the 10-year financial plan is going to look like. So it's a lot, I know.
All right, so continuing with REIT. The expenditure lines, you will see that the JO Flex Unit expansion project continues to be assumed in the future in REIT. You approved a item on your CFP in future years. So we are required by law to show how we would fund that and to earmark dollars to pay for items on the CFP. So you see a payment for bonding that would begin in 2023. We will take this off and redirect it at your direction, but currently the CFP still includes the flex unit. The Central Services Reserve, these are the projects that we did last year. We improved the space in public defense. We have improved the justice services space in building 3. Pretrial services space improvement was done in 2019. We continue to work on security improvements, both on campus and at the FJC. We have funding for the courthouse parking 5 building 5 parking lot repair.
Where are you at now? I lost track.
This is the list of projects that Central Services is authorized to perform out of REIT funding. It's a total amount of just over $1 million this year and $725,000 next year We're using our REIT money for the repairs that you have authorized in the capital facilities plan for a limited number of the building projects currently on campus.
But I don't see anything for the parking lot repair.
So we've rolled it up into one number
Oh,
here. So
okay, $1 million's covering all of those
Yep.
things underneath, okay,
those are things we're working on.
all right.
The biggest current payment out of REIT 1 is the bond payments. You'll see that it's approximately 1.2 million in bond payments that we will make this year for projects that had been paid for in the past out of REIT 1. Those bond payments continue. The 2010 bonds will be paid off next year. It's the last payment we'll make. The 2015 bond issue can be completed in 2025. The 2016 refi will go on until 2029, I think is the last payment on that one. So we start to see capacity from prior bonds get freed up in the next 2 years. That brings us to the bottom line ending fund, that brings us to the courthouse project.
Yeah, courthouse project.
Yeah, that's the whole point, the things we're talking about today. I have made 3 assumptions about this project. $50 million, 4% interest over 30 years. That would have a payment of $3.2 million per year. And that brings you down to what is a declining fund balance. But it would be, again, I believe that my forecast is conservative, as Commissioner Edwards, I'm sure, would agree. And
Need I say any more about,
Yeah.
I think we could
And then
change that for
depending-
public policy.
right, depending on what we do with the jail, I think that we would have sufficient capacity here. This maxes us out at 50 million.
Yeah, because the jail payments are about 7 million, which is exactly the depletion of the account.
Right.
So a question on what you stated, Robin. The $3.2 million that you have on the courthouse project, does the payment of a potential bond of 50 million or 30?
50, that's 50.
So 50. So if the board will continue to say no flex unit,
That would bring in a little more capacity.
that's plain out loud, so the capacity will be beyond that, right?
That's right,
Okay, I just want to
right.
clarify
That is
that.
absolutely right.
Did that make sense?
It did, but that would be continuing to deplete this. If you took the jail payment out, you basically get a status quo.
Right, but following up on Commissioner Edwards and Robin, the conservative approach.
You
to
could
this-
go further, I'm not saying, I'm just saying.
So just make sure that the lines that you see
Right.
are related to the discussions that you had.
Just, I, not to say that I have an agenda, but I do think that we cannot totally leave out the needs at the jail.
And
We've got to figure out what we're doing.
The staff point of view is something that you need to
Let me just throw out
rediscuss
one
that.
other thing, because we've been bringing up the jail. I'd just like to make my follow-up, one more thing, one more thing. I got an award for one more thing at our last Christmas party that we were able to get together for. Anyway, I've continued to think that if we could do something over at the juvenile facility and utilize those 90 beds for female inmates. I'm just grabbing female inmates as a category. We might have another category that would work. Boy, that gives us a lot of space. I know it's not the best situation to be decentralized, but we still have all of our laundry and cooking and all those kind of facilities we can centralize. And I think we can make it work and build them a different situation over there. So just Point of interest. I like
which would
to
take
know.
some money.
Yeah,
That's
I
what we
just
would
like to
use this
point out that
money for.
I'm always
Right.
consistent, right?
Consistent.
So to the point, this money doesn't have to be spent on the flex unit filling in the U part of the jail, but whatever option you decide is going to take some money. So this money would be used for whatever option the board should choose.
And it looks like at least 30 million of the 50 million will be chowed up by just maintenance projects on these buildings.
Should you decide to stay in these buildings? Yes, I would agree with that.
I think that's a somewhat new piece of information, not totally new, but we haven't had it
Right. it's
crystallized in
gotta-
that sense that the board should keep in mind, because that's problematic from my perspective.
Right. My screen keeps turning off because I'm not actually actively using the computer. But those are all of the documents. The rest of these, we have an update for you on the Mottman property where the auditor has her elections. Basically, we are being advised, and I don't want to say too much and you see numbers blacked out because we are not in executive session.
Matter of fact, this whole discussion, is this something we should be having now versus an executive session?
I just needed to share this with
Okay.
you.
It's an update, because as you may recall, you requested an update whether we can have
Yes.
a time extension on an option.
Okay.
This is the update.
Okay.
Certainly, if you'd like to further discuss this, I will organize an executive session as soon as next Tuesday, if that is the case.
Okay.
Right. And basically what this says is our realtor is advising us to make an offer if we are interested in that property. So that's what that's all about.
We're going to discuss this in an
Tell me this, is it,
Can we not discuss this any further? Because I have questions about what I'm reading.
Perhaps not. This is just a brief update on this. And again, I will bring, if the board directs me, I can add an executive session for Tuesday morning.
I just need one term said, is the disagreement higher or lower?
Never slower.
Never lower, okay, that's good.
Well, that may be a done deal then.
Yeah, so, but I think the board needs to get a little more involved in the conversation. So with your direction, I will revise the agenda for next Tuesday agenda setting, and I will add an executive session for you to discuss this.
Okay.
Okay, good. The next item, I believe, is something that Romero received from the undersheriff.
Yeah, this is again, I verbalized what the undersheriff stated. As you look at this option, this is just informational. We're not going to go through this attachment, this PowerPoint. This is what the sheriff's office provided to the board a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
He says, as the undersheriff says, you consider this is not the option of relocating the operations side of the sheriff's office to Tumwater may not be the only option. So if the board likes to provide direction, which I have a couple items for you to provide direction, is to explore with the sheriff's office what other options are and bring a proposal to you. So that's what this document is. I just want to make sure that this is brought to your attention, and this is from the undersheriff.
Well, because it'll be more cost-effective, they think, to...
Well, it's just what the gist of this comment, as I take it, is the board may not be solely focused on that relocation in Tumwater. Allow to explore other options, if I may.
Is that something you're going to want to do in executive session also?
No. I will ask for you to provide direction on a couple of things here.
Okay.
Moving forward.
The final item in your lease space conversation packet is a copy of a 2014 space needs study. It's surprising how many studies the county has done regarding space needs. I've found them all the way back to the early 2000s, if not the 1990s. This particular one, I am certainly not suggesting that this is the solution. Please do not interpret my giving this to you as that. The study goals you'll see include buildings that we no longer own. So this is not the answer. However, I'm sharing this with you because this particular study did a very nice job of showing us how we could move things around within the buildings that we own and create sufficient space for offices and departments as they expressed their needs in 2014. So it's just an example that shows that things are possible in these buildings. This particular study was not embraced, of course, by our your other elected officials. And when we looked at the price tag, it was just yet another indication that for not a whole lot more, we could get something brand new. And with that realization, this particular study was set aside. But it, again, I'm mainly giving it to you as an example that we could move things around and meet some of our medium-term needs in the buildings that we own if we just leased a little more space somewhere or acquired a little more space. So that's all this is. And that's all I had.
Is there like one kind of major example from this study that you could outline of a change that it was recommending?
One of the things I particularly liked about this study is in building 3, they said that if we knocked down the old jail, which is actually an add-on to that building, if we knocked down the jail annex, it would actually expand our usable office space in that building. You know, it's not cheap to do that, but it would expand available usable office space, and we could create additional parking in the back of that building if we just knocked down the old jail. That old jail is so not functional, and it's going to cost a crazy amount of money to fix it up to where it is. That particular option was rather attractive to me personally. So that was one example of this. I thought that this did a very nice job of laying out how we could, we'd have to, there would be a displacement expense, but we could move one group out, redesign the space, say building 1, redesign the building 1 space for its new needs, move in the people that are now going to be the permanent residents of building 1, remodel that space, move those people in, remodel that. It was an entire domino effect that I thought this plan laid out quite nicely on how to address the displacement factor in a logical fashion. Again, there are some buildings that we no longer own. We sold the 3400 building. We've used the Ferguson.
We're still paying on that though, right?
For a
3,400?
few more years, yep.
Good.
The Ferguson building, also called CSA, it's being used for the triage center just as proposed. So that came out of this study. That was a usable piece of this particular study.
So what's next?
So what is next? I have a couple of items that I'd like to hear direction from the board. What I'm taking some notes. And first will be, we like staff to explore the sheriff's office move out of the courthouse. Not necessarily to the relocation of the stormwater, as the undersheriff stated, but just come back with some options related to that item.
I do.
Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, me too.
That's, I mean, that's, because that's, for me, that's a two, there's two, you know, there's our own, meaning our own space management needs, because that's quite a bit of footage here. But the sheriff proposed this to us independently, so it could help meet his needs, which was what I thought the Tumwater consolidation, but if he's got a plan that better meets his needs, then that's something I wouldn't hear.
Is this similar to the prior presentation that we had a couple of years ago?
That's perhaps one of the options, but they would like to explore others. And that's what probably the direction that I'd like the board for engage staff with the sheriff's office to explore the other options and bring back to you. Because
Are they going to be here to talk to us now?
Who?
The sheriff's office?
No. What I'm asking is to explore the options. At this point, we don't know what the other options will be.
Oh, I thought they had a submittal here.
No, that was the submittal of 2 years ago.
Those are the ones you've already seen.
Okay, these are the ones that we've already seen.
This is background.
I thought maybe he came up with something new here that,
No.
not yet.
Not yet,
okay.
not yet.
Oh, yeah, I'm interested, sure.
Okay, so the next option, what I've heard is for us to explore moving the admin components of Building 1 somewhere else.
And do we have an idea what that means?
No. So that's what I'm asking direction to explore what that is. Well, what would that be?
Is there any more buildings for sale around the area? I mean, at least like where Bristol Court is, like right?
Yeah, may not be for sale, but certainly available space. There is in this area available space.
I want to hear a little bit more about, we had a capital expenditure a couple of years ago when power burned out here, and we've ran a ditch, you know, all the way down around some kind of a double conduit, and what that is going to entail, what it allows us to do, anything like that. That was a pretty extensive repair, if you will. So how can we best utilize it? That's kind of what I'm wondering about. So if we're going to move.
I'm sorry, I need to follow up on that. What
I'm just wondering,
like
does
to
it tie
explore
in anywhere with potential use of this building? Because what happens if we move out? Where would we move? What would be the utilization here? Does it tie in with the electrical connections and stuff that we did down below, and the air conditioning and air handlers and stuff?
All of that for IT.
Yeah.
You're talking about IT.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so.
I'm just wondering.
No, absolutely.
Server rooms.
That will be part of because if the board provides direction for staff to explore moving the admin offices of Building 1 out, then this creates a space, right?
I know, but what needs to go with us and how much stays here and how much
That's
goes?
exactly what we need to explore.
That's where we need, because, and again, splitting the server, splitting IT, all that, whether it's a holistic move or just portions of that.
And do we need to do that?
Right. So, and that's what I'm asking direction, whether you like staff to explore that.
I mean, if we were to upgrade the infrastructure, we could, instead of carrying servers along, we could just move to the cloud, which would be more efficient for us and would bring us to the 21st century.
It doesn't matter now where the servers live. Would they just happen to have the server room in this building?
Right. So you like to explore that?
How much cost and time are we talking about to do that? I mean, is there something wrong here right now that we're trying to fix and make room for everybody and all that? Is that
I just
all
want
of the above or what?
I just want to be responsive to Commissioner Mensah.
Oh, okay, well, no, I'm ready
Because
to
Commissioner
listen.
Mensah was, they at least at some point, if going back to my notes.
I
we were
think
to
what
re-
Commissioner, I apologize, Ramiro, I think what Commissioner Menser was thinking was about, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, I don't want to put words in your mouth, saying maybe making building 1, 2, and 3 more of a criminal justice area, that way it's, is that what you were?
Yeah, I'm operating on the fundamental premise that it's easier to move our offices out of this complex than courtrooms, because courtrooms are specialized space, and 2/3 of this complex is already set up for courtrooms. So the only place we're going to move our courtrooms is into a new building, and we're not talking about building a new building. So courtrooms are going to stay here, and we need more courtrooms and attendance space, and so they got to stay here. And I don't see any way we're not going to have to spend a lot of money on maintenance and create more courtrooms here. To me, when I look at this complex, the easiest people to move out are the sheriff, and he wants to go, and ourselves. And when I say ourselves, I mean building 1. Because there's nothing specialized about my office or CPED's office, their cubicles. I mean, we can be anywhere, frankly. And we're not connected to the business of the court, of jury trials and jurors and lawyers and court stuff. So I would like to explore what options do we have to move building 1 functions elsewhere so that this complex can then be retooled to be a functioning courthouse for the county with all of the functions that we need here. And if we need to move the prosecutors back over here or whatever, that's great.
Yeah,
I mean,
that will
yeah,
be
criminal justice, not just criminal justice, civil, legal.
So that will be the next step.
legal
So
issues,
that's what I was asking is moving building 1 with the premise that if that is an option to keep all the offices together. And that's what that was taking notes of the feedback that you engage. So that's what I'm asking, would you like staff to explore? Obviously, the exploration will be a little bit of high level, just to give you a sense of the magnitude of a cost. And, but certainly, would you like us to explore that? That's really,
And I personally, I know we all probably have different opinions. I understand why we would want to be on Chandler Court or Bristol, but I'm not married to that. There's a big office building right across the street from where we were going to build a new courthouse. I mean, downtown Olympia, I think, is the centerpiece of our county. So I have no problem of putting county commissioners' offices downtown. Whatever makes the most sense financially for the county.
I'll say right up front that I'm going to be opposed to downtown. And until Olympia starts handling their homeless program properly, I'm going to be opposed to anything that goes anywhere near the revitalization program for downtown Olympia.
so I am not,
Just so you know.
I am not going to
Just so
get,
you know.
I am not going to get into this argument, perhaps.
I'm not against looking at
So
what might
what
go on.
I'm asking is to explore this, and let me walk you through the mechanics of this, okay? If this is a direction the board would like for us to explore, we'll engage Kidder Matthews to explore within the county seat, City of Olympia, any available space, office space that meets the needs of building 1. That is the objective.
And we bring you some options.
Yeah, and we bring you some options.
Okay,
I'm
that's
not,
fine.
at this point,
good
I'm
with
not
that.
in the position to say it's going to be here, it's going to be downtown. It's just a suite of options are going to be bringing to you.
I'm open to anything, yep.
I mean, we have, you said we had 10 acres by family juvenile court, can't we make a little building down there and move all of our staff? And I mean, the auditor would be close to the Mottman Road for their elections processing. I mean, I don't know.
So that's another option that,
It's in Tumwater, though. We have
in
to be,
Tumwater,
We have to be in
to be
Olympia.
within the original confines of the city of Olympia.
Okay,
We can't even be out on the west side where the city of Olympia expanded its borders.
okay,
Well, and
thank you for that
That's
clarification.
a good point, because that came as part of the discussion.
Okay,
Because
From 1889 or
and
something.
it was, yeah, it was an interesting process.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it has to be within the initial municipal boundaries of incorporation of the city of Olympia.
Your nerve center, now you can have a satellite, so that's why like the district court would work because the superior court, I mean, you can sort of, like King County has done this where they've created a satellite court complex like in Kent or something, whatever it was, where it's not the official nerve center of the government, and it's just, even though it's a huge complex that does a lot of business, but they got away with that legally. But they have to have the core offices in Seattle. We have to have our core offices in Olympia.
And just to bring it a little bit closer, for instance, the county engineer by statute needs to have an office on the county seat. Obviously, the county engineer resides on Tilly campus, but the county engineer has an office here.
To meet that need.
Technically, we have an office
Our
of the
sheriff.
county engineer here in the county seat. The same as the prosecutor could have their options. The same as the sheriff.
Right.
Yeah.
The sheriff has to have his office, but so if they move, we need to find an office for the sheriff here in the county seat to meet the intent of the statute.
That's exactly right. And we can technically meet that just by having an office in the county seat.
So, and that is not unusual. A lot of counties practice that.
The state of Washington practices that.
So,
Yep.
so okay with exploring that option of moving building one, and we'll bring that to you. In the last request, as far as according to my notes, is exploring what the options we have with building 5. But I think that will be probably concurrent to building 1, moving building 1. Then it will be a larger conversation in terms of the assets that you may have.
Yeah, can we just talk about that for a minute?
Yeah.
So looking at Ron's numbers sheet of square footage, building 5 only shows right now 3,000 square feet. The assessor itself is 6,200 square feet. And the treasurer is 26, and the auditor elections is 1,200, 1,300, and the auditor, everything else is 5,745. So I guess, Ramiro, I'm going back, looking at you, because you and I know you had talked about what Building 5 could do for general government, and I'm just not seeing a good fit, really, with the numbers that were being provided here.
Yeah, I think that the conversation on that, whether it's the possibility of consolidating,
Pulling prosecutor out?
no, consolidating the counters.
So with a full 14,000 square feet, for example, just playing this out, the total amount right now used by general government is 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, about 16,000 square feet. And you're thinking with a consolidated counter,
If there is opportunity to consolidate.
it might be apples to apples.
So that was the suggestion.
You could also, out of the auditor's 5,700 square feet in building 1, part of that is election staff that we would consolidate elsewhere with her elections building. So again, there's possibly some consolidation opportunities.
So that was when we were discussing, that was perhaps my suggestion. Because if you were compare, square footage by square footage,
I see. If elections were out of there, then you'd have a little bit more square footage. Although that may or may not be a good idea, but okay. Well, I just wanted to make sure we weren't going down a dead end.
so related to building 5, it will be beyond the general government. Because if we were to explore options to move all the administrative offices to another building, the options of moving general government to building 5 is moot point.
Is what?
Is a moot point, right? Because if we find a suitable space to move building 1 somewhere else, then that is taken care of. So then building 5,
Events could be in there
right?
or something.
Move elections in.
Yeah, or then building 5, how can be used? Elections or prosecute? So all that becomes more of that conversation.
How many square feet are over here in this building supply company?
That I don't remember when we had that information, but I can't remember at this point.
We were going to need to buy that anyway to do something. Might as well buy it and utilize it until we're ready to do something.
So we can certainly look at that. And then the other thing that we were going to do, Romero, is brush off the
Yes.
build a building.
Yeah, bring back the option that you described
Yeah.
at the beginning, Commissioner Edwards. Bring back may not necessarily be exactly what you described, but I think
no.
it touches some of the points. Okay. That's all really what I had on this topic.
So
What's that?
That's what I had for in this
Oh,
topic.
oh, okay.
What was there a number 3? I have 2.
We touched base on the building 1, moving the sheriff's office, number 2, building 5, number 3, and now adding bringing back the space needs analysis, the options that we did with the consultant when we were exploring the new courthouse. So it's 4 points.
What is regarding building 5, what is it that you're proposing we do at this point?
So building some options, and so some options will be if building 1 office is a suitable space, whatever that is, then building 5, what are the options?
So it just kind of flows with the
Yeah,
other
so it's
idea.
just all that. It's in a way one of the same, but yeah.
Where does this consultant fit into what we just, because we haven't even gotten that started.
Right. The task there is for them to meet with every office and department and determine what our current space needs are, especially given telework. Because we should be able to reduce in many of our offices that can do telecommuting where that makes sense, the move toward more of it or making it permanent should reduce the number of square feet that we need in the future. You see here what they have today. The courthouse study was a look into the future, given growth, how much space would each office or department need. We really need to know what do they need now that we know teleworking works. So that's a big component of the consultant's work.
So they don't have to do all the legwork of managing space and all that. They can basically talk to the department, use that as a baseline, say, okay, this is what we calculated, or somebody calculated 3 to 5 years ago. How is your business change? How do you see your business adapting to post-pandemic reality? And we'll revise that estimate. Again, I mean, obviously it's a guesstimation, but that's what we're going to,
That is exactly what
the gist of what we're going to get.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and
So-
you're using the same consultant, so they will build on what they
Work
did
they did.
before,
Okay.
not start.
So, and that gives you the latitude exploring, relocating this footprint of the operations of building 1. Is it 1-to-1 in terms of square footage or something different? Because we need to go through that process, absolutely, yeah. And that's all I have for you on this item today, Commissioners, or we have for you.
I thought we were going to have lunch.
Right now, I suggest a break for lunch. To grab some lunch and then
And
continue.
then we'll move on after that, right?
Hey, Mr. Chair,
Yeah, taking, when do you want to reconvene? 10 minutes? Or
15 minutes?
15 to 12:45? Sounds good.
Oh, we can't eat while we're.
No, you can use it.
No, I don't mind eating. I don't mind eating in front of a thousand people.
We're back. Welcome back.
There you go. Go for it.
Okay, welcome back to our planning work session, Friday, January 29, 2021. We started at 9. We adjourned for a brief lunch break. We're back in session. This is going to extend until 4 p.m.-ish. And follow along on our county YouTube channel or join by phone.
Yes, I need to set it up.
529-020 pin 1234. And we're moving on topic 2 and getting into topic 4, which is revenue options. And so I'll turn this over to county manager to walk us through.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm just bringing up my computer. And then I'll be able to share my screen.
You are now a leader. Please record your name after the tone. Press pound when you're finished.
While my computer turns on, maybe our county manager would like to frame the.
Yeah, I would just, sorry, I got to the conference call. Thank you, so the next item on your agenda is what we call is the revenue options. This is the something that at least Commissioner have seen this version at some point. It is included in your pocket. It looks like this. It's a table. And what it does is it just walks you through all the many different revenue options that we'll have. There's a combination of consumatic and as well as an option of sending to the voters. It is also included, I believe, other non-members we can consider, including, as an example, is Medic One. You got the briefing on this. Anyway, so this is again, I'm not expecting you to make any decisions today, but start forming an opinion as a board as to some of the options.
Sorry, I was also, I had to repeat everything. Sorry. Sorry, my microphone was off. I apologize for the viewing public. So what I was stating to myself, apparently, was this, the next item on your agenda is revenue options. And the revenue options, at some point you, Commissioner mentioned, Commissioner Edwards, have seen a version of this table, which is included in your pocket. And this is somewhat of a first look for Commissioner Mejia in a way as to what the options are. And including all the many different revenue options that includes a consumatic action that you have as an option for you, and options that you may consider sending to the voters as a ballot measure. Includes, as an example, is the Medic One ballot measure they might be considering this year. So along the way, this is just to start forming an opinion as a board as to what the options that you have. I am not expecting you to make a decision or provide direction at this point, but certainly I will engage the board later on as to what options you'd like to further explore. But at this point, I'm not expecting the board to get to that level of detail. This is just, in a way, high-level information, bring all the options together, hopefully get all three of you to somewhat of a baseline understanding of the options that you may have.
Right. So this is an introduction, and I'm going to start just by telling you that this big worksheet, I am not going to walk through this today. This is an information packet, but this is a list of all revenue options that are available to counties. It is based on a publication that MRSC does County Revenues, I think is the title of the publication. That book goes in depth into each of these revenue sources, but this list shows you all of the county options for revenue going down the left-hand side. It shows you how much the revenue can be, the maximum allowable amounts. What the county did in 2019, how much is available to the county. It gives the RCW, that is the authorizing document from the state that allows us to implement this revenue stream, what we can use it for, who to contact if you want to know more, what fund the money goes to if we currently collect it, and the anything that you might need to know, just notes, and also how much did we collect in 2020. So this is an extremely comprehensive document. It's 8 pages long, printed on big paper and with very small print. So there is a ton of information in here. So for example, the first line item is county property taxes that go into the general fund. The allowable amount that the county can collect for property tax, and this is not news, I think, to any of you, we can levy up to $1.80 per thousand of assessed value, and that is prior to a road levy shift. And then we could spend half the day talking about all the permutations related to road levy shifts. The county currently, well, at the time this was prepared, our county rate was $1.21 per assessed value, but it is now, as you'll see on your opportunities sheet that we'll go through in depth, the county rate per thousand is currently $1.05. In 2019, it was $1.21. Our property rate is steadily going down. The available capacity is 59 cents. The RCW establishing property tax is 84.52.043. There is no restriction on how the county uses the tax other than it must be used for any legal purpose that the county can spend money on. If you want to know more about county property tax for the general fund, contact me. I am the point of contact for the county for property taxes. The money goes into the general fund, and then there is just a little information about what we can do and how to increase it. And in 2020, the county collected $42,435,000 and some change from property taxes. So every line on these 8 pages gives you that kind of information about every particular revenue source available to the county. And what you will find when you go through these pages is that the county has already taken the vast majority of these opportunities. We collect most of these taxes and fees that are on these pages. There are very few items left for you to consider implementing on how to raise additional revenue. And that's what we'll spend most of our time on this afternoon, is what those opportunities left to this board might be. Before I leave this large worksheet, do you have questions? It's a lot of information.
Not necessarily a question, maybe for Commissioner Mejia's benefit. Can you talk about the levy capacity? You talked about the $1.80 versus 1,000. This document has $1.21 versus 1,000, now $1.05 per 1,000 valuation. I think we'll be good because that's the main source of our revenue is the property taxes.
Right. So, it is our main source of revenue in the general fund. It comprises, I want to say 40% of the general fund revenue, roughly. The, um, so every year we calculate the property tax revenue. It's a complicated calculation. If you boil it down, though, the board is authorized to increase 1% per year on the legal levy rate. Then we add new construction, state utilities, and any refunds that the treasurer reports to us. I will spend a lot more time going over property taxes. This is in a nutshell. The resultant levy amount is then divided by the assessed value of the property in the county that the assessor certifies to us, and that becomes the rate. The rate, a lot of people think that their property taxes, that the rate goes up, that we could increase the rate by 1%, but that's not how it happens. We back into the rate. And in fact, when the value of the total county property, the assessed value goes up, the rate goes down, because what we're experiencing now is that assessed value is rising at a much greater rate, or much faster than we can raise our levy. So the rate is like the result of a math computation. We calculate the total amount of the levy, we divide that by assessed value, divided by 1,000, and you get the rate. Is that what you were?
Yeah,
Yeah.
because the capacity fluctuates based on the assessed value. And I think it's on point here is that the capacity was $1.59 per 1,000.
Right.
Since the property assessed values has skyrocketed, not just in Thurston County, perhaps the region, then as the value goes up, the rate goes down, and the capacity is increasing. The capacity for.
What I've always found confusing when people are new to this subject is the word levy. Everybody knows what rate means, but most people don't know what levy means, and it's easy to think of levy as being a rate, and if that's how you think about it, then you get yourself confused. So that's the word that has to be clear in your mind to follow these explanations. I think of the levy as just the number of dollars we get to have. It's irrespective of a rate or anything. It's how many dollars I get to take. If I get to take $100, now next year I only get to take $101. Doesn't matter how many properties there are, what their values are, their values could have doubled. I only get to take. And that's you understand the idea, it's to protect property taxes. If property values double, some people are on a fixed income, and if their taxes double, they're in big trouble. And it's to stop a doubling of a super high spike in taxes based on something that's out of everybody's control, but it's at such a low controlled level that it creates issues.
Right, and it does become extremely confusing because what I just described, how we back into a rate and then we apply that rate to any individual's value, is not the same as, say, what you'd pay for a school bond that you passed on a ballot. Those are passed at a set rate, and when the value of your property goes up, that rate's applied. And so we have two different methods, and it is extremely confusing for people.
And so even to make matters more complicated, when you get your property tax statement, you see a large amount that doesn't reflect what the county has, because as Robin has stated, there's a lot of school levies that have been passed, there is a fire levies that have been passed that is not included, it doesn't come to the county. And Robin will get in more detail. She has a great graphic of a dollar bill. in which out of all the property taxes that a citizen pays in Thurston County, what it goes to Thurston County is a very small amount. And this is what you see here. So
Because the county treasurer is the one collecting, and the county assessor is the one assessing,
Assessing.
everybody just assumes all that money is just flowing right to the county.
let's come to the treasurer, and treasurer is, that's the county treasurer's function. Take all the money, and then distribute to the junior districts, what we call cities.
For the state.
Yeah, so all that is, yeah.
State relies on the county to do that.
That's right. So we will spend more time as we go through this year. We'll spend a lot of time on property tax and revenues. So again, you know, today, this is a resource document. I can also provide the MRSC book. It's about like an inch thick, but it's got excellent information. You can find it online. This gives you a sense of what Thurston County is doing and how much we collect for each particular stream. But we've taken advantage of the vast majority of these opportunities as they become available.
Robin, when are you bringing the biennial versus single year issue to the board?
That will come up. I thought that I'd had a meeting with you last week, and that wasn't on the calendar where I thought it had been. So what I've got to do, and I apologize that I don't have the list with me today. No, don't do that. Sorry, talking to my computer. Last year, at the start of the year, I had proposed to the board almost a budget academy. As we move through the year, I would address certain topics with you, and we started that with a revenue discussion just like this on January 30th last year. I will brush off that topics because we didn't get to cover very many of them before the pandemic took over, and we'll start to work through that again. And the first, I've got to work with Amy to get those appointments on our calendars. And that will be the very first thing I talk to you about. In fact, today, before we move on to the next topic, I have the not the revenue, but the budget development calendar to present to you this morning. All right, so are you ready to move into the next topic? I will share my screen, and hopefully it will remain active if I can remember to keep touching it every so often. Good grief. So this is the one advantage to joining these meetings from my desk, is it is very easy to share the screen with you, but we'll figure it out. All right. So I'm going to walk line by line through the revenue opportunities that are available to you. As Romero said, we are not looking for you to make a decision about any of these, but please ask questions. I'll leave time for questions after each one of these. The very first item on this page is a leftover from prior years. It is something that you may or may not want to continue to talk about, but it is funding. The potential purpose for this first revenue stream is funding of a county courthouse. The revenue source that the county agreed to at the time we were moving forward was a property tax levy lift. And what that means is the limitation on counties is to increase the levy by no more than 1%, regardless of what the upper limit is. So we could levy a rate of $1.80 per thousand. That's our legal limit for general fund property tax. But in reality, the board can only increase the levy and the rate is going down, you increase your levy by 1%. To increase the levy by more than 1%, you have to go to the voters, at which time you can ask the voters to increase the rate up to the $1.80 limit. So what we had proposed for the courthouse and where we left it was the increase we thought we needed at the time for the courthouse was an increase of 47 cents per thousand, which would generate about 19.1 million a year, given our current certified properties of $40.7 billion. That's the assessed value of property in Thurston County in total.
And that's unincorporated and incorporated.
That is, yes, both unincorporated, that's the entire county. It's all real and built value, personal property as well as real. The current levy that you adopted at the end of last year results in a $1.05 pre-road levy shift. And if we use this to pay bonds, we can only increase the levy for 25 years. And then at the end of that 25 years, we'd have to roll back the levy by that 47 cents per thousand. Any questions about that?
My question is, these ones that you're going over on this form, is this a subset of the blue?
Yes.
And why were these selected versus the longer blue list?
These are the only ones that we're not currently collecting or where you have an opportunity. This is it.
Great.
Because the blue line, the lengthy, as there's already,
covers a lot of ones
you
I do.
already
Yeah.
have them. So these are the only options.
I got it.
Yeah, you don't have a lot of options left on how to raise revenue. And you'll find that the majority of those are subject to voter approval.
Yeah, and maybe before you move on to the next item, follow up to what Commissioner Edwards stated early in the morning is about the payout, how Thurston County was successful in changing the legislation, because when a levy rate is passed by the voters and you generate revenues for any capital improvements, state law allows for only 9-year payout. Right? So the 9-year payout was not a feasible approach for the county. So the county went and lobbied to the legislature to change that. So we were successful for only Thurston County to give us the ability to pay the bonding generated by the levy approved by the voters for 25 years. And that's probably complementing what Commissioner Edwards was stating earlier, about how we were engaged in the legislature to change statute.
Right. Okay, so we can ask the voters for a courthouse, a levy lift to pay for a courthouse. And what you see on the next line is actually we can ask the voters to approve a property tax levy lift for any legal purpose in the county. So the general fund is used for so many things: courts, sheriff, prosecutor, clerk, the general government, that includes the assessor, the auditor, the treasurer, the commissioner's office, and we support other sectors of county government with the general fund. We pay our community partners out of the general fund. It is the most flexible funding that the board has to use. The types of proposals that we've heard in the last 10 years, these are by no means anything that either Romero or I or anyone else today is advocating for, but this is a short list of things that over the last 10 years, I've seen people come to the board and they say, please fund this project using a property levy lift. And property maintenance could be paid with a levy lift. Criminal justice reform, technology enhancements, the climate action items, clean energy fund was proposed to a board at one point, along with a property tax levy lift. And at one point, the board considered funding the habitat conservation plan out of a property tax levy lift. And you found other ways to do some of these things. So again, I'm not advocating to pay for these things, but it just kind of shows you the breadth of things you might consider to pay for if you were to run a property tax levy lift. You can do it for any purpose. It doesn't have to be specific, but research will show you that voters are more likely to approve a property tax levy lift if it's targeted rather than broad. It is designed on a cents per thousand, and for every 10 cents per thousand, the county would generate approximately 1.4 million based on today's certified assessed value. Right now, our capacity is 75 cents. If we were to have been successful at getting a 47-cent for the courthouse levy lift, then the capacity would only have been an additional 28 cents. So it's just how much do you want to ask the voters to approve? The other thing about a tax levy lift, they can be all at once. You can choose, for example, to do a 25-cent levy lift and do that all in the first year of the lift, or you can spread it out over the course of 6 years. If you were to say, I want to increase my property tax levy by 30 cents, you could lift it 5 cents per year for each of 6 years. You could increase it 5 cents in the first year, 10 cents in the second, and have some type of a step structure over the course of 6 years. And the lift can be temporary and expire at some point, or it can be permanent and last into the future as long as it's not being used to pay capital bonds. With the capital bonds, it absolutely has the 25-year cutoff according to state law. But the uses are extremely flexible. The way you structure it is fairly flexible. And right now, we have a lot of capacity. And here's one of the downfalls of having that kind of capacity. When we go and talk to the state legislature about county needs for funding, one of the questions we get, or the comments we get, is you have a lot of capacity. Go get that first. And so it's not as easy as the legislators would imply.
As a follow-up to the conversation of capacity, it is not advisable for the board to exercise all the capacity. At this point, it's 75 cents, because it's related to the valuation of the properties. And just think in terms of 2007, 8, and 9, the property values plummeted. And as a result, the levy increased. So the board doesn't want to put themselves in the position to use all that capacity right now, because recessions in the future may affect that. So there's always that balance as to when you hear about levy capacity, because that has to be, because you tie that capacity not just for this year, but for years to come. And that's what probably you need to allow yourself for that fluctuation on the property values.
But in that instance, when you say the levy went up, it's the rate that went up, right?
The rate goes up, yeah, because the property values is tied to the property. In 2008, that's what we saw. In 2006, prior to the big recession, it was property values up here, and the levy rate was here. So when the big recession happened, property values declined, and as a result, the levy rate increased. And I think we surpassed it 1 year over $1.80. No?
No, I think we got very close.
Very
but
close,
it didn't
okay.
go over. It can't go over. Here's the danger, is if you levy at the cap, and Commissioners Mentzer and Edwards saw some analysis that we did on that I can provide to you. If you levy right at the cap, and then property values fall and the rate can't go up, you're not going to generate enough revenue to pay the bond that you've obligated if you're banking on the entire capacity to pay
You need
it.
a buffer.
You don't want to max out your
If you're bonded.
opportunities, yeah.
It also
Yeah.
goes beyond that, because the junior districts who depend on this levy also may be affected.
That's right.
So it's just, yeah, it's always that, be prudent in terms of exercising this capacity.
Right.
This capacity is a lot. I mean, right now.
75 cents is a big capacity.
It's a lot.
It's almost half. I mean, you're getting close to the halfway mark on how much we have available to us. And the legislature has told us in the past, not us Thurston County, but counties in general, go get your bond capacity, use your bond, not bond, use your levy capacity. Don't come to us until you do. So it makes it difficult to have that conversation. Anything else about a levy lift? And we're going to move on. Go to page 2. This is also a property tax levy that is available to you for affordable housing for very low income households. You can levy up to 50 cents per thousand. That is not within the $1.80 capacity. That would be in addition to. If you were to levy 50 cents per thousand today, you would collect approximately $20 million based on today's certified property values. This is the funding stream where before you can do this, you would have to declare available affordable housing emergency. That doesn't bring the money, that just allows you to then put a ballot measure to the voters to approve a levy lift. And this levy would have to end after 10 years.
How new is this one? I know the one at the bottom of the page is brand new, pretty brand new.
Pretty new.
Is this one older, or is this something in the last?
This is fairly new. It's in the last couple of years.
Okay. I don't really remember this one as well.
I think this was here last year, but I think that it wasn't before that.
Okay.
The next item is a public safety sales tax. This sales tax, you can levy up to 0.3%. You can do 1/10, 2/10, 3/10. At 0.2%, which had been a pretty active discussion about, I want to say 6, 7 years ago, um, we were actively discussing this option. Um, At 0.2%, the county would collect approximately $7 million after sharing the required amount with the cities. 40% of what we collect would have to be shared with the cities. This is subject to voter approval, so it would have to go on a ballot. And 1/3 must be spent on criminal justice. The remainder could be spent for any legal purpose. The city of Olympia is currently collecting, I can't remember if they just raised it to 2/10. They had been, yeah, 2/10 now of a percent. And interestingly enough, we receive 15% of what the city collects if the city implements this tax. So we get a payment from Olympia for having implemented this particular tax. But this is one of the options available. This is the option that I had in mind when you put money in the budget to have capacity to put something on the ballot this year. This is the option, other than the funding of the courthouse, that has had the most discussion over the last 10 years.
When you say any legal purpose, like public safety related legal purpose?
No, any legal purpose.
So why would they let you assess a tax and then 2/3 of it not be for the purpose that it's called?
Because they're shit.
I would frame that a little differently.
Yeah, right. I
If
wouldn't
you
use those
think
terms.
about the flexibility that we're asking the legislator for in many of our funding streams, this is a funding stream that is somewhat flexible. 1/3 has to be spent on criminal justice, but the rest is flexible. Let's talk about flexibility. And you could, one of the things that we talked about when we were discussing the option years ago is the board could certainly, it's all about how you frame the ballot measure, right? But if you put a measure on the ballot that says all of this money will be used for criminal justice, then 100% would have to be used on criminal justice. If you put on that half must be spent on the sheriff, then that's what you're committing to. But it all depends on you all and what you would want to use the money for. One of the interesting things about this particular funding stream is there is no non-supplanting rule. So we could bring in this new revenue, use it to fund the court's current budget and free up that money to use for other things. It is a pretty flexible tool. It is probably other than a levy lift, it's the most flexible tool in this particular toolbox.
The voters know that it's flexible and subject to abuse as well. So it's not an easy thing. If you've got a group out there saying, you'd think that they'd have 2/3 that would go towards it. Then it would make it seem like, well, that's really.
It goes back, it all depends how you, the board, if you were to exercise how tight the ballot measure is.
Non-supplanting is a big issue.
And it's very, and that conversation over the last couple of years has been if you were to consider this, how tight that ballot measure will be, so prevents any, I won't call abuse, but other uses.
No, hold on.
Certainly not an abuse when it's a legal purpose, but.
Well, I'm thinking about, I'm thinking about how you could potentially combine it with your affordable housing and say, tell the voters, 50% of this is going to be used for law enforcement or public safety, and 50% is going to be used for permanent supportive housing. Now, but the numbers, why is it 7 million at 0.2%, but then under affordable housing, it says 6.7 million at 0.1%?
One's property and one's sales tax.
Well, they're both sales.
That is because affordable housing, I have not had time to figure out what the credit to the city of Olympia would be under affordable housing. The public safety tax, we have to, right off the top of what we collect, we have to send 40% to the cities. So we would only keep $7 million.
Okay.
Right, 60%. So the 7 million is 60% of what I think we could collect. In the affordable housing sales tax, that 0.1% is worth approximately 6.7 million. And I haven't calculated yet, and I've got the note there, that's before the credit that would go to Olympia.
Because they already
currently
passed that for the
collecting.
same purpose.
Yes, they're already doing this.
Yeah, I'm just trying to like compare those two approaches. So if they got half of if affordable housing got half of the public safety, that'd be about 3.5 million, versus if we did it as a standalone, it could be the same, or it could be a little more. I mean, Olympia is probably generating the lion's share of sales tax, or not the lion's share, but more than its percentage of population, right? Because it's got more retail.
Yeah, I'd have to, yes, that is correct.
So it's 20% of the population of state, but it's probably 40% or something like that of the amount of the sales, and that would make it,
60.
that would put it 60, well, that would put it somewhat equivalent, I mean, of an approach.
Yeah, sort of.
I mean, within $1 million, let's say.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Just trying to think
that's
about
a
that as
pretty
two
broad
possible
target.
ways to deal with that. Then you're putting, what I like about that is you're not trying to, people don't feel nickeled and dimed. You're putting all your cards on the table. Here's what we would like to do with this, and is that acceptable?
Right.
Versus having it all chunked out into these separate. Okay, thank you.
There's a little bit of a difference there on point of delivery now, because our revenue stream is going to run higher from now on. It's just the way it's going to be. Point of delivery.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that we'll probably never see it go back to
Right.
as much in-store shopping as it had been.
Amazon Prime.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. All right. Any other questions? Obviously, I'm giving you the postage stamp explanation of each of these, and there's a whole lot more detail we could go into if you're interested in them. I don't want to spend a lot of time on something that you're not even interested in pursuing. So the next item is the Transportation Benefit District, and I'm not going to spend any time on this one. You've received many briefings on the TBD, and it's changing.
Yeah, since Commissioner Mejia is this year's president of the TBD, at the first meeting, we'll make sure that we walk you through the revenue options.
That's right.
You've heard. Is two elements of the revenue options of the TBD is consumatic and border approval. What you see in here, the two options is the border approval, but it's also a couple of options for you to exercise consumatic options, which includes the vehicle license fee, as you heard. The city of Olympia has implemented twice, and they're about, I think it's $80 at this point. The city of Lacey exercised their transportation benefit district as a sales tax. So does the city of Tumwater as a sales tax. So anyways, we'll get into more detail at the first TBD meeting. And for you, it will be a refresher of the revenue options. But it's more than what is stated in here.
So wasn't there an initiative that passed that affected that, and was that shot down by the courts?
Yep.
It was shut down by the courts.
That's right.
And then we did like a consumer, whatever you call it, a study, poll about these options, and that was before I got on the board, but it was right before I got on the board, and there was about 53-ish% support for, and I was surprised, there was really no difference between sales tax or car tab. There was a tiny majority support for one of those two, either of those two options for raising money for roads. But we haven't done anything.
But even when we made prior to the pandemic, an analysis of potential revenues, when we presented to the TBD, $40 car tab fee would have generated about $1.92 million a year, and that has to be specific for transportation. That cannot be used for funding general government. That is a no-no. And when we look at the sales tax option, at that point it was generating about $900,000 a year. Today, that may be a total different story.
It'd be very different.
Yeah, because of the point of
sale.
delivery, as Commissioner Edwards stated. So things have changed since the last time we discussed.
So you will get a lot more information, and you've got a lot of options under the TBD and how to fund it. The next item on this list is affordable housing. You see 2 bill numbers listed there. It is, the original bill was in 2015, but Romero reminded me yesterday that it was amended at the start of 2020. This is a sales tax. It can be up to 0.1%. It would generate approximately 6.7 million total. The law does say that if a city has enacted this tax, you must credit the amount that we collect back to the city. I don't know how much the city's collecting. That's why I couldn't give you a net number there.
I think it's a couple million, like 2.1 or something.
I don't know. I would have
based on meetings I've been to with Olympia.
Okay. The change in the law, it had required voter approval, but now the law reads that it can be enacted by the legislative body. So you could go either way. It's an option now.
And I brought to your attention also House Bill 1070, which is, for consideration this legislative session, is a trail bill to the 1590, which House Bill 1070 could or would provide a little more flexibility on the usage of this taxation, more related to purchasing facilities, which under the current law doesn't allow it, I believe.
What are the guardrails? There's nothing on here about what the guardrails are on the current law. I thought it had to be permanent supportive housing with like services and case management involved.
Right.
There are very prescriptive ways that this money can be used, yes.
But the House Bill 1070 was currently under consideration, loosen some of the requirements.
Okay. Page 3. There is an opportunity, should you wish to pursue it, to have a revenue stream called Conservation REIT. This is in addition to the other REIT that we collect. So currently we collect REIT 1 or REIT first quarter, and that is 1/4% on real estate transactions in the county. So first quarter REIT, we collect second quarter REIT. We collect a very small amount of money that you hear the assessor talk to you about that goes into a REIT technology fund. It's, I want to say, roughly $50,000 a year. That's a very rough number. And then this would be a fourth type of REIT. You can collect up to 1% on real estate transactions. It can only be used for conservation, acquisition, and maintenance. Is the only way that this money can be used. It would be approximately 13.7 million a year based on our 2020 real estate sales. It is subject to voter approval, and we researched this when we first put it on the list, and it could possibly be used to fund your parks. Because it can be used for maintenance purposes. It could be used to maintain our parks. So it's when we talk about our inability to fund our parks, this could be a solution for funding the parks.
It could, I mean, obviously it's up to 1%, and whatever amount you set, you could use potentially all of that to fund parks, or?
Yes.
Okay, because like with conservation futures, you have a percentage, but this you're saying, if that's how we chose to use it, that would be legal.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I am. The original proposal for this was to use it to fund the habitat conservation plan. But we've figured out how to fund that plan. So that's no longer a major concern. So if you went down this road, you could use the whole amount to maintain our parks or other things. Conservation futures, just as a comparison, conservation futures is a property tax. It is restricted mainly for acquisition, and it is limited up to 25% for maintenance, M&O. So it's a completely different.
There's no, just to drill down into this, there's no difference in the law between types of parks, like Deschutes Falls, that's clearly we're trying to maintain a pristine area. Burfoot, we've got lawns and playgrounds and people are tromping over it and picnic tables. Those would both fit within, that would both be considered conservation.
I believe that the answer to that is yes. If you choose to explore this more, I would look into the finer details. But I believe the answer is yes.
I think the definition in the law about conservation is really because conservation may be conservation for perpetuate for public use, not necessarily conservation in terms of the environment.
Yeah, no, I'm not arguing with it.
No, that will be a good question.
I want to know what meaning they
right.
I mean, the property and a real estate. Yeah, okay. Obviously there's considerations of regressivity and progressivity with sales, property, and REIT.
Right.
And REIT might be the least regressive of those three categories overall. So there's some consideration there to be thought about.
That's right.
Okay.
You've also got a counter argument that I think Commissioner Edwards often makes, that any additional price to build a home adds to the lack of affordability of the home. And that is one of the main arguments that you would hear against this type of an increase. The next item on the list, if you're done with Conservation REIT, is the Cultural Access Program. I don't know a lot about this particular funding stream. The Board of County Commissioners in the past was never particularly interested, so I never spent a lot of time researching it, but it's my understanding this was another part of the bill that was passed in 2015.
I have the definition of conservation.
Oh, hey.
Means land and water that has environmental, agricultural, aesthetic, cultural, scientific, historic, scenic, and low intensity recreational value for existing and future generations. And includes, but not limited to, open spaces, wetlands, marshes, aquifer, recharge areas, shorelines, natural areas, and other land and waters that are important to preserve flora and fauna. So that probably answers your question.
Okay, back to cultural access. There are options under this particular law. You could do a sales tax or a property tax. If it's a sales tax, you could implement 0.1%. It would generate approximately $6.7 million. If you went with a property tax, you are limited to collect no more than the amount you could have collected under a sales tax. So that would be a very interesting computation we'd have to do every year. But it could generate up to, at this time, $6.7 million roughly. It is subject to voter approval either way. It cannot last more than 7 years. At this time, I'm not aware of any of the cities that have taken this option.
No, however, there is a bill this year, House Bill 1058, that allows for councilmatic option as opposed to voters' approval. And as you may recall, you commented on that bill because it had restrictions. The counties need to exercise that option if it's approved by the legislature by the end of December of 2021. And we requested an amendment to the bill to be extended to December 31st, 2022.
Right.
So, and that's House Bill 1058.
One of the interesting restrictions about this particular law is that whatever you use the money for, it has to include a component related to public schools. So one of the proposals that was brought to the board when it was probably in 2015, because the bill had just been passed, were the proponents of the old brewery, renovating the old brew house.
The old brew house
Yeah.
proposal with the rail and all that?
Uh-huh. Well, that was before they were talking about a rail. The rail idea came later. But they came forward and asked the board to put this on a ballot to support that particular project. And the link to public schools would have been the microbrew type of training that they have managed to stand up without this funding. So it has to have a public school component. How you structure that can be creative. The next item on this list is a local option motor vehicle and special fuel tax that can only be used for transportation, construction, and maintenance. We would be allowed to collect up to 1/10 of the state's rate. So our rate would be 0.0494 of that's what the state's optional motor vehicle and special fuel tax is. I have no idea how much money that would generate. We've never done the research into that. It is subject to voter approval. So if you are interested in looking into that, we can do additional research. And I think this is the one that no county in the state has implemented this. Nobody's done it.
And this year, the legislature is doing plenty on motor vehicle fuel tax, so
Huge proposal out of the Senate.
it probably wouldn't be very well accepted by the voters, I don't
This would
think.
not be popular.
Yeah,
I'll just put it mildly.
you did.
I tried to do things diplomatically sometimes.
That's very diplomatic. I would tell you that it has no chance in hell of passing. The next item on the list is the on-site sewer management plan. And what we had talked about in the past, what commissioners had, prior boards had talked about, was implementing a fee on property with septic systems. You can do either a flat rate or a tiered rate. One example is that if you did a flat rate of $45 per property, it would generate approximately $2.3 million. I believe that's only in the unincorporated area. And the fee is adopted by the board. It does not go onto the ballot.
But that money is dedicated money.
Yeah, oh yes, it can only be used for sewage purposes. It would not go to the general fund.
Where does $45 come up?
That was at the time when this was an option that was being actively pursued by the Board of County Commissioners, that particular board.
2016.
Yeah, it was 2016. The public health had calculated how much they needed to run the expanded program that was.
Oh, yeah, because that's roughly the amount of the Shellfish District program.
No, it was related also to implement
$42.
the sewer management plan, because at that point, the board approved the sewer management plan. And associated with that, it was the proposal to implement a fee to help implementation of the plan. So in 2016, that was the initial request, and serious conversations ended up on $10 at that time. Follow-up 2017, that $10 was suspended. So at this point, it's not on the books.
Right, but you could determine however much, since it is completely up to the board, you can determine how much you would implement. And again, it can be a flat rate, a tiered rate. It's fairly flexible. The next item on the list is a lodging tax. We currently collect a lodging tax, but there is a lodging tax out there that we do not collect. This is much more valuable to counties that have a lot more hotels and motels in the unincorporated area. The Thurston County, I think, has one hotel, a large hotel in the unincorporated area, if that. So if we were to implement this, it is 2% of the cost of lodging and a $2 bed fee. We estimate we would collect about $50,000 a year. It would have to be used to fund tourism projects, much like our current LTAC money does. That's LTAC, Lodging Tax Advisory Committee funding. The next item is fairly new. I don't know a lot about it. It's a rental car sales tax. The county could place a 1% tax on the rental of cars in the county. I think that it was only the unincorporated county.
Just unincorporated.
Yeah, only unincorporated, which led us to believe that it probably would not have generated a lot of money. And so we didn't spend very much time on this. If you're interested, I could look into it, but I don't have more information than that. Moving to page 4, and I should move along if anyone's watching. The item at the top of the list is a transportation, construction, and maintenance is what the money can be used for if you were to implement a commercial parking tax. The rate is set by the county. It's a councilmanic approval. The tax is only in the unincorporated areas, and we have no idea if, oops, there's a typo, if there are any commercial parking businesses that are operating in the unincorporated county that we could even assess that on. So we really don't have any idea how much it would generate, if it would be much at all. The next item is we have a fee on punch boards. And if you know what they are, it's a gambling thing. Gary would know what they are, Commissioner Edwards. Usually see them in bars. And we collect a fee. Currently, we collect 3% on the gross collection by the business that has these punch boards available. We could increase that to the maximum 5%. It would generate about $30,000, and it would go into the general fund. So not a lot of money. The last item on the list before we just get into some examples of fees is the county does not charge an admissions tax. We could charge 5% on admission to events. We don't do that. Really, the only event in the county that we could think of when we were working on this worksheet was the fair. We could put a 5% tax on the admission to the fair, but that would, yeah, see, you look at Romero, no, we wouldn't do that. But it would apply to any type of event. So if we could think of other types of events that happen in the unincorporated area, we have no idea how much we would generate. It just wouldn't be very much money. And we could not do it in any cities that had already implemented an admissions tax. But we just don't, we've never spent any time on this. It's just one of the things that's available to you. The last three items are examples of fees. The county collects fees. The difference between a tax and a fee, one of the differences is that a fee has to be collected in nexus to the thing that it's going to fund. So we collect permit fees to fund the building development center that reviews and processes permits. We collect food handlers fee for the purpose of paying for our food safety inspectors. There's a direct relationship, and our fees are limited. We cannot collect more than what it costs us to operate. We can't make a profit off them, if you will. So we have to be very careful about how we set the fees, that we don't bill out much more than what we spend. But there are areas where we could conceivably increase the fees that we currently have. So the coroner charges fees for generating reports. We're currently collecting, I believe, $50 per report. We could increase that. The morgue rental fee could be increased. We charge a permit fee to use our trails. We could increase that. We currently collect a fee to use the shelters at our parks. We could increase that. So any place, these are just a few examples, any place in the county that you have a fee, the board is authorized to set those fees. You could increase what we're collecting, but they have to be used for the purpose that they're being collected for, and there's limits based on what we spend on the service.
So I just in regards to the coroner's office, the morgue rentals, it's something that I've talked with Coroner Gary Warnock, and we got into the conversation about, why these counties are renting the morgue from us. And we also got into the conversation of a pathologist and what the cost was. And just from talking to him, it seems like Thurston County can be a hub. Lewis County has to drive very far for there to be, for them to rent a morgue and for also to do a pathology report, to report for the family. I don't know if we can look into the possibility of maybe hiring a pathologist part-time that can also be of service to Lewis, Mason, Grace Harbor counties, and then we can rent that service out to them as well.
That certainly can be a part of the consideration looking into the 2022 budget. And I will welcome Gary, the coroner, to provide a proposal for the board to consider. That certainly is an option for you to look. Yeah, as the board approved the X-ray machine for this year, it was because the coroner made an argument that he's going to save money because he doesn't have to travel and get, all that. So that was a good argument. If this is something that the board would like to consider in the 2022 budget, certainly we can work with Gary to encourage him to provide a proposal.
Oh, yeah, and I think attached to that, it should be how much we're contracting out to pathologists right now, and if it would save us any money if we were to hire part-time, and then also do the rental service with other counties.
What about our Medic One?
Our Medic One.
Why is that not on here?
So that is a levy lift. They've asked to do a property tax levy lift, and because they have capacity. And it's not on this list for the other funds, but you have capacity in conservation futures, you have capacity in the road fund, you have capacity in Medic One, and you have capacity in the general fund. You could do a property tax levy lift on any of those 4 property taxes.
Okay, so it's a species of like the second thing, and because we have those 4 different categories.
Exactly.
I just want to point it out for this, because my point in this discussion was, it's good to review this. We did this last year and a half.
Do it every year.
There's just so many like proposals and requests for us to raise taxes, fees, or ask the voters if they want to do that. I just wanted us to have all those in our head at once, and Medic One is obviously part of this.
That's right.
If you're asking me if I want to ask the voters for more conservation REIT, taxes, I have to know that, well, I'm also asking the voters, well, I'm not asking, but, it's going to be asked to the voters whether they want to fund Medic One. So I'm just kind of looking at my seatmates, like, I just want all of us to have all of that in our head when we evaluate the merits of the various proposals. Although we're obviously not going to raise taxes in 8 different ways. So we really need to know which ones we're doing. Medic One seems like everybody is on. I haven't heard anybody say we're not going to do that.
And we don't get any money out of Medic One. It goes straight to Medic One too.
But
but the voters pay it. So
the voters pay, and if the voters see something else the county's asking for, they kind of lump it all together. They don't know who's dialing up what. They just see, I'm being asked for money again.
Yep.
Okay, do I want to, is this important? So I just want everything kind of out there, because I can tell you there's only a couple of these that are of interest to me, given the current climate, the current, everything that we're dealing with, 2021, there's a couple of these I'm interested in. 90% of them, no interest. But, we have to know that Medic One looks like it's headed for the ballot in November.
Actually, the request was for the August.
August ballot.
August, and the reason, as you may recall, was in the event.
We could take another shot at it.
November.
That's right, if it doesn't pass.
And that has, I believe, mid-May filing date. So I'm working with Kurt just to make sure that we give you enough time for you to consider that option. Holding a public hearing, all that is associated for you sending a ballot measure in front of the
Well,
board.
anyway, 2021.
2021,
2021 requests.
yeah, 2021 request, that's as far as I know, the only one that I'm going to be bringing for your consideration.
I do thank you, though. I will add a line to this report to show that you have that type of property tax levy capacity in those other 3 funds as well.
And I don't know what, the ones that require a ballot, obviously, there needs to be a timeline established for us to make decisions so that they can be properly noticed. I mean, I'll put my cards on the table. I'm very interested in the 1590 sales tax related to permanent supportive housing because I think we have an established emergency in this county. The community is very interested in this. Now, whether we put that on the ballot, we have the option to just pass it or put it on the ballot. I'm interested, Commissioner Hutchings seemed like excited about the public safety tax and trying to get more money for law enforcement. Combining those into one measure might make some sense. I'd be open to that. I'm open to ideas about it, but that's one that I'm interested in because I think it speaks, permanent supportive housing is, studies show is the best investment to cut down the need for jails and ERs and law enforcement response and court time. But I'm open-minded as to how we go about that myself. And I'm also interested in conservation REIT because the parks are in a desperate situation, but that might be a 2022 conversation. For me, I don't know. I have to think about that. But I do think, I like it that it's not quite as regressive as a sales tax. Sales tax is very regressive, which concerns me, but when you're going to use sales tax, I like when the money is then targeted to the most vulnerable people, like this affordable housing would be, then I think the nexus is stronger from my perspective and fairer. But that's just kind of where I come from on all of these. I think that we're going to do marijuana, it sounds like, and we can't, didn't sound like this morning that there was that we're going to be looking at the courthouse thing this year. And so, I guess I'm just saying all this because these things take time to lay out and it's a big decision. And for example, if we were to do the 1590 councilmanic, I don't know what the law prescribes, but I would want a very robust public process where we get a lot of input from citizens to making sure that, I hear the community speaking about this, but taxes are always controversial, and I'd want to hear from the community on that before we took action. And if somebody said, I'm only doing that if we were to put it on the ballot and get the voter approval, I'm open-minded to that approach as well. Olympia passed it, I think 64%, but countywide it's different situations. So. And last point, no, I'll shut up. That tax goes into the cities. So I would want to talk with the Lacey City Council and the Tumwater City Council. Their tax rates are a lot higher than the counties. And so adding 0.1 to 8.7 versus adding 0.1 to 9.4 is different. I would want to know that the cities, we had their support before we did something like that.
I guess I would be willing to talk about a law and justice tax. I'd obviously...
Public safety?
Public safety tax, yeah. I definitely would have restrictions in there about what it could or couldn't be used for. That's where maybe the negotiation comes in. I could even support the right makeup of that. Obviously, depends on what the sheriff has got to say about that. As far as the homeless thing, I can't support any type of a homeless tax against the public when we continue to encourage people from all around the United States to come up here and take up a deviant lifestyle because they can get away with anything. And so you'd have a lot of convincing to do to get me in line with any type of a homeless tax that would further enable people to come here and get a freebie and live a deviant lifestyle that they're choosing to live at the expense of every taxpayer in the county. I just can't do it.
Currently, like that's part of the attraction of the permanent supportive housing, because to live in that housing, you have to be engaged in services and have case management, which is
If we
why.
can come up with a solution, I'm not saying I wouldn't talk about it, but it makes me sick every time I drive north on the freeway from right down here by the bottom of the hill. And I hear about it all the time. Boy, welcome to our capital city. And they've brought it on themselves because they've encouraged those people to come here. I am all for helping people. I help with those charities that help people to, it's a hand up rather than a handout. I'm all for helping people that are willing to help themselves. And I'm willing to help those folks that are in a situation, you know, that's bad. I mean, a senior citizen can't go out and work and whatnot, but I see too many drugs and deadbeats in these functions and living that lifestyle that I just cannot get behind.
Olympia is going to be opening or just opened its first project under their home fund, their equivalent tax. Mm-hmm. So maybe in 6 months, we'll kind of see.
Yeah, if we had something to look at.
How that project is working. Are people moving, you know, is it successful, basically, before we think about going forward?
We are going to be the highest tax in the state, highest tax in the nation for fuel tax, if this proposal goes through. And boy, that's not going to make people very happy. That's all I can say. So.
Well, I'll just be honest, and I am wary of raising the taxes in any way in this economic year. We don't know what our economic recovery is going to look like. We don't know where we're going to be at, and people are nervous. And so with the Medic one levy that's going to be passing by, I think that's going to be a big one. And I think pushing too many things. I mean, I agree with Ty's and observations of the need for them, but I'm just wary about it just this year in particular, as we are recovering from a pandemic. We're not even fully recovered yet. We're not fully opened yet. And just seeing where we're going to land, and I wouldn't want to add an extra burden at this time when there's so much instability of where we're going to be.
I guess I'd like to just follow up on that with Robin bringing up whether we're going to go for 1 or 2 years on this budget proposal again. And I really think next year is going to be more questionable than this year as far as revenue. I really do. I don't know. You know, usually we never have a problem with property tax, but I can actually foresee some problems in property tax. I don't know what do we normally end up with? We get it all eventually, and the penalty on the taxes. Very, very, very. Even if we sell them, we get the tax owed the county. It's delayed.
It takes a long time sometimes.
I know, but we do get it. So we never
tend to
don't
collect
get it.
Somewhere in the 96 to 99% range in any given year.
But we still get it. We've never not gotten it. We've got it delayed, but even if we have to take it to a tax sale, we get to do the sale, take that money out. before it is dispersed. So we get it no matter what. It's just the delay issue. And I do foresee some problems coming next year.
When you say next year, do you mean 2022?
Not 2021.
2022.
We could see it in the fall of 2021 as far as property taxes. I don't see a big slide in sales tax. I mean, you know, obviously, this is just my opinion from watching stuff, so I'm not guaranteeing
That
anything.
is very much in keeping what the economists have been telling us for the last year.
Yeah, so, go ahead, that's me.
As I stated earlier in the meeting, I wasn't expecting for you to give a thumbs up, thumbs down in any particular taxing options. I think this is a good conversation for you to have.
Yeah.
Because any type of taxation requires a little more thought and it requires a little more perspective for you to have. So what I have is I'm going to be bringing to a later meeting the options. What I've heard is House Bill 1590, which is a permanent supportive housing. It's just going to look like that, whether it's councilmatic or the voters. So I'm going to bring back. I've heard from the two of you that you like to explore the public safety proposition that will include a conversation with the sheriff's office. And maybe next year we'll tackle perhaps the conservation REIT, if that is the case. Acknowledging the comments and concerns that Commissioner Mejia highlighted on raising taxes this year because of just the dynamics of this year. But certainly at some point, I will ask you if you would really like to proceed this. So good conversation today, great information, and I will bring those items later on for you to take a formal position.
So before we move to race and equity, I just wanted to say included in your packet is the draft budget calendar for this year. It has already started in your internal service provider organizations. We've already started building rates in central services, IT, and we'll be starting very soon in HR and financial services. This calendar has a rate presentation for the board in June. We start to do the call to budgets, if you will. That's where we send out budget instructions. We are required to do that no later than the first Monday in July. We actually proposed that for June of this year to give offices and departments ample time to prepare their budget proposals. They would submit their proposals no later than August 6th. They have supplemental information, pages, performance measures, things like that, that are due August 16th. We present to the board the preliminary proposal, which is the office and department request budget, on September 7th. That is the legally required date, the first Tuesday in September, I believe. Then what you see is we have the work sessions set up in September. So after we deliver it on the 7th, we would spend a couple days reviewing with you what's in it. We would have presentations by offices and departments to the board during the weeks of October 4th through 15th. You would hold work sessions the 18th through the 29th with final decisions on October 29th. That gives staff time to develop the appropriate documents that have to be published in November. and for us to give adequate notice of public hearings that are held in November around revenue. And then we're also working on property taxes and the revenue. As you know, we have to hold the public hearing on revenue, so those notices go out in late October and early November. We're proposing to hold the public hearing on the revenue on November 9th. That's actually quite early, but it gives sufficient time to have, for you to go to the WASAC conference, if they hold one this year. And also to consider the adoption of the property tax resolution no later than November 23rd, which I think on the calendar is as late as it can go this year.
Right, there is a piece of legislation proposed to change where the board certifies the tax levies. Moves, I believe, the proposals to December 15th.
Yeah.
Which that creates flexibility in one end, it creates another pressure on the other end. But that is something that is moving forward in the legislature, just to let you know.
Is it moving? Is the bill moving? Well, that'd be cool. At this point in time, though, you'd have to adopt the property tax levy on November 23rd, would be the latest legal date. Because you must adopt by the 30th. Then we hold the public hearings on the budget on the only dates available to you. December 6th is the first Monday in December. And then as you know, you're allowed to continue for up to 5 days. So the 6th and 7th would follow our normal process. Final deliberations on the 8th and 9th, with final decisions on the 9th. Again, that gives the staff time to prepare all the legal documents that you need to adopt on December 17th. So this is the proposed calendar. I'll bring it back to you, give you a little bit of time to digest it and come back for your decision to adopt this calendar on a Tuesday.
Thank you, Robin. Can we take 5 before our?
Yes, and I think staff is waiting, so if you're listening, 5-minute break, and we'll go back into the racial equity conversation.
are on.
Okay, welcome back for our final leg of today's all-day work session, planning session for the Board of County Commissioners, Friday, January 29, 2021. I'm going to reintroduce everybody. We're continuing on in our final section, which is topic number 5 on today's agenda, Racial Equity Action Plan, discussion, next steps. Turn it back over to County Manager.
Yeah, thank you, Commissioners. Back, I believe, in June of 2020, as a result of the conditions related to racial equity across the nation, the board made a statement denouncing any racial inequities in our society, and also committed to start working on an action plan. Following to that, you receive a couple of briefings at your Board of Health from staff, and also you adopted changes to the health chapter of the comprehensive of the comp plan for the county, which included elements related to racial equity, as we receive that proposal from Thurston Tribes. I have been meeting with staff over the last, a group from staff over the last, I'll say 3 months, trying to move forward the direction from the board of bringing back before you an action plan, because I believe that's what the board wanted to have before you. So, and again, before we start with the presentation, Commissioners, I would like to probably give the floor to staff to introduce themselves, where they fit in this overall conversation, and then they'll share their screen and walk us through the PowerPoint that is in your packet today. So how about we start with the director, Shelley?
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Shelley Slaughter, Director of Thurston County Public Health and Social Services and Administrator of your Board of Health. And this is a critically important public health issue, and we're so glad that you are hearing from us today to consider some actions that you may take as a Board of Health or Board of County Commission. We have our staff that have been working really hard on this and prepared some great information, and I really want to give all of our time to them to walk you through some ideas and have a discussion on some actions that we can take together as a community. And we'll pass it to Marianne next.
Hi, I'm Marianne O'Garo. I'm a senior epidemiologist here at Thurston County Public Health and Social Services. And I'm going to walk you through a PowerPoint that we prepared to share some information with you after everyone else has introduced themselves. And if I could turn it over to Taylor to share who she is with you.
Afternoon, Commissioners. I am Taylor Igardo, the project coordinator for Thurston Thrives.
Gretchen?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Gretchen Toller. I'm the Maternal Child Health Nurse Family Partnership Program Manager.
Keely?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Keely Marino, Thurston County's Homeless Coordinator.
So, Marianne, ready to share your screen?
Yes. And can you see that?
Mm-hmm.
Can you all see that?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to double check. So thank you so much for putting this topic on your agenda. There are many things you could be talking about, and we so appreciate that you continue as a Board of County Commissioners and a Board of Health to put this topic as a priority. From our team and our community, Thurston Thrives, as a coordinating council to you, we thank you for considering what we're going to share with you today, and appreciate you taking the time to consider some of the ideas we're going to present to you. On this particular screen in front of you, the reason why the number 9 is on this screen is just as a reminder, one of the things that both the Public Health and Social Services Department and Thurston Thrives track and keep in mind is the county health rankings, which comes out every year. And again, we will have another health rankings this year that takes a look at how healthy is Thurston County in comparison to the other counties in Washington State. And at this point in time, as of last year, this year's ranking is not out. We were ranked number 9. And the reason we point that out is that's our overall health. How healthy are we overall? And when we look at health equity, we know that we are only going to improve this number if we address the health disparities in our community. So we just include that as a reference.
I have a question
Yes.
really quickly. For that ranking, is it a 1 through 10? Is it 10 is the highest, 10 is the lowest?
9 out of the 39 counties.
So, 9 out of the,
Ninth place.
okay, okay,
Yes.
great.
Yes.
Thank you.
A good question, though. Good question.
I was confused. Thank you.
Yes. Yes. Thank you. And today we were hoping to do with just a portion of the time to leave as much open for conversation as possible is to give a brief presentation of kind of the issue, a quick review, a little bit about some of the equity gaps, emerging plan items, both from an external and internal perspective. And what we mean by that is external, some of the things that we could do that face outward from the county in the community, and some things that we could do internal, meaning internal to county government, which do affect, of course, the community. We recognize that, but things that are more internal focused, and you'll kind of see what we mean by that. And then, of course, conversation. Obviously, this is your meeting. Stop us at any time, any way that you want. Taylor will be presenting a little bit of information, and we all will be popping in with some things that we have to share as we go. And I can't always see if anyone is trying to say anything, so please do interrupt. Do tell me, raise your hand, whatever you need to do, because I can't see too much off of my screen. This slide, what we wanted to share with you is one of the things that we have as a Public Health and Social Services Department and as a county now. We take health equity very seriously. The Public Health and Social Services Department has health equity and racial equity in our strategic plan. We now are so very pleased and with so much appreciation for Thurston Thrives and the Board of County Commissioners have a county comprehensive plan that recognizes health equity and racial equity specifically as of December 2020, with some very specific statements that demonstrate our commitment to moving forward with some very specific changes that will eliminate and address health disparities. When we in 2020 came to you as a board, one of the things we specifically talked about in terms of health equity, which addresses a range of different ways in which health disparities present themselves in Thurston County. One of the things that you wanted to specifically talk about is racial equity. And one of our focus areas is in today's presentation, and our topic is we do not want to see race predict health outcomes in Thurston County, because we recognize that racism, which is a system of structuring opportunities and assigning value based on the social interpretation of how one looks, your race, has nothing to do with biology. It has to do with how our society, our institutions, and our organizations create a social determinant of health that affects your health outcomes. When we look at this from a public health implications standpoint, we share this with you, and we share this with the community in describing this issue because racism and discrimination that results from that create many, many impacts on the health of our residents: physical, mental health, child and adolescent development issues, chronic and infectious disease issues, public health, public safety issues, housing and environmental issues. And when we came to you and shared this information with you last year, you specifically, as was introduced with this, asked us to come back to you with some specific proposals because you took this very seriously for some action items. And one of those areas of action that we could potentially take rests in Thurston Thrives. And so what we wanted to make sure we did before we set up the potential actions for you to consider is make sure we just reflect on what Thurston Thrives is and what it could potentially do for you. And Taylor was going to share a little bit of information with you just to kind of ground us back in what they are, what they can do, and how important this is to them.
Thank you, Marianne. As Marianne said, it is important to kind of just digest together on Thurston Thrives and the organization's capacity and capability before we move into specifics. Thurston Thrives is a community initiative to improve the health and safety for all in Thurston County. The public health implications, actually, that were just presented in the previous slide outline a few of the key areas, if not most of them, that Thurston Thrives has external influence within. As some of you may know, Thurston Thrives operates through the collective impact model. So we have a series and a group of individuals that are passionate about community. Our action teams, as well as our coordinating council, really focus on all, if not majority, of the implications that were just shown in that previous slide. Our organization's role is to view equity through the health lens in any shape, way, or form and aspect as we can. And Thurston Thrives organization overall is represented largely by community organizations and community members. One of the action teams alone has, I would say, around 20 organizations represented that is spanning from community-based organizations to passionate community members to county staff that all volunteer their time to hone in on one aspect of how they can increase health equity. The Thrives Network is really magnificent in that way, and the way in which it has reach in different aspects of what can make a thriving community. The network itself offers a platform for community members who are looking to learn how to get involved in change or even really learn what this deeply rooted and extremely important topic is doing within our county. So the overall opportunity for public engagement through Thurston Thrives' organization when it comes to equity through the health lens is what we can do and offer to support this work that we're all trying to show up and do at the county level as well. In addition to all that, our county efforts to identify indicators and the county's comprehensive plan additions that have really set us in motion in the direction that we're heading into will only just strengthen that connection that we already have with the community itself. And the potential for leadership development within the action teams that volunteer their time and passion to certain aspects of our community and the overall community engagement piece really just positions Thurston Thrives in a way that helps us take meaningful steps towards change. Now, the network, the community engagement piece, and the passionate people who call themselves a part of the Thurston Thrives organization, the overall collective impact on the basis of social determinants is truly what we can offer as an extension to use and continue to set in motion things and items and aspects that we want to do that are relevant to this very, very important topic today.
Thank you, Taylor.
Thank you.
So in sharing that with you and kind of going forward, we from the Public Health and Social Services Department have been partnering with Thurston Thrives now for well over a year and looking at how we can do community health assessment and community health improvement planning to address health equity, and have pivoted to focus on racial equity, and which helped result in the comprehensive plan chapter 11 focus that has, as was shared, some that you approved, some very specific equity specific policies. And so as we pivot to a couple things that have arisen for possible consideration for what could be included in a racial equity action plan that we could focus on in 2021. I wanted to share a couple items that have kind of risen up as areas that we wanted to propose, and you may have plenty of others, but just some things that keep coming up from an external interest area. One is really taking the time to do some extensive work to make sure, now that we have a comprehensive plan with these specific equity specific policies, and I'll give you some examples of what those areas are. The comprehensive plan, chapter 11, has very specific Black, Indigenous, people of color focused policies that address access to care, infant and maternal child health, partnerships, substance use, food, nutrition, air quality, drinking water, that we take some time as a county and take some time as a department and with our partners to look at how, if we are not already doing very intentional work, how we can do work to make those policies close our equity gaps. So that would be, in our view, a proposal to you to put on an action plan, looking at how we can bring those policies to life so that we can close some of the equity gaps in our community by bringing that comprehensive plan to life in new ways that you approved. Another area is, as Taylor mentioned, looking at really strengthening our data indicators and access to data that are available to the community, both our partners and the public, that have race and ethnicity data. So one of the things that we were asked by Thurston Thrives, and we are working on as a public health and social services department, is to produce a set of proposals of potential health indicators that could be used to describe the health impacts of racism on our local community, and something that we could track. And we are working on that with that proposal due back to Thurston Thrives, and Taylor could describe that in more detail. They're thinking about that if you'd like to hear more about that, but we've been asked to produce a set of things to consider, and also Shelley could talk more about that, to consider so that we could track the health impacts of racism on our community, and we're working on that. Also producing and publishing data consistently and making it accessible about race and ethnicity and what health looks like, because we have been doing a series, thanks to the Board of Health, who asked us to come and present, and then we continue to present on the health disparities by race and ethnicity in our community, and I continue to present. Next week I have another presentation to leadership Thurston County on this topic. Got another email request today for another presentation on this topic. People really appreciate that we're sharing that data. We want to make it more accessible. We are proposing that that be part of an action plan. It's something that we're doing, but we think it should be have a home on an action plan and be done intentionally, specifically, carefully, and that we improve the quality of that data available to the public and our partners. That we include, this is a proposal, a leadership development component, an outward-facing leadership development component on an action plan. And Ramiro could talk more about this, because this is one area he's passionate about. And this has to do with an outward-facing former counselor committee. That first item the county had, there's discussion of reviving, that would be available to do work, meaningful work around this topic. Thurston Thrives is another opportunity to do leadership development around racial equity. As Taylor mentioned, they have an extensive network of action teams and groups that have a passion for different topics. Community engagement or public engagement, depending on what discipline you come from, is something that where I sit, the community is demanding that we do. So that we figure out a way to do a better job of this, and figure out a way to do this in meaningful ways. And then that's a proposal to put on an action plan, and Shelley could potentially talk about this last item in more detail than I could, but the position statement, actually, one of the items we came to talk to you about last year was because the community came to the Board of Health asking that you declare racism a public health emergency. And so we continue to hear a request that in some form, a position statement, a something, beyond an action plan, potentially something that describes racism as a public health threat with some very specific, potentially emphasis areas, be included on an action plan. An example of an emphasis area that I consistently hear, and you may hear others, but that data and other information consistently leads to, would be a position statement that racism is a public health threat that could be valuable to the community, with even 2 emphasis areas for 2021 could be very valuable. Vaccine access, COVID vaccine access would be one example. Infant mortality could be another. Our infant mortality rates by race are very, very, very scary. And there's a lot of work that needs done, and there's a lot of interest in doing work in that area. That could be very beneficial. Shelley, did you want to say anything on that topic? No.
Certainly can. The former board heard from community members, gosh, several months ago, proposing that the board consider racism as a public health emergency proclamation. And I know you had a robust conversation this morning at our climate mitigation conversation about that. There are many counties throughout Washington state that have done this. Many boards of health have done this throughout our country, and happy to have further conversations as we get into the discussion time about ways in which we can communicate to the public how important this is to us in public health and as a Board of Health.
And then watching the time, the other kind of shifting focus a little bit, what keeps rising to the top if we were to kind of propose to you kind of a little bit of a shift. This completely impacts our community, but like a shift into what county government, what we do as departments, if we were to do a bit of a focused effort internally, that could be on an action plan. Looking at our plans and our priorities. So our plans, meaning like what are our strategic plans? How do they reflect racial equity? Not that we would be requiring things, but that we would be encouraging folks to take a look at that. Take a look at how your priorities are determined. Kind of examining those components for what we have in terms of what we have in place. Taking a look at our partnerships. What do they reflect? Are they meaningful? Who are we partnering? How are we partnering? So not really necessarily your contracts, not your formal partnerships necessarily, which it could be, but taking a look at how you engage in partnerships and looking at it from a racial equity lens. Obviously, looking at your workforce development options. And I know Ramiro has been quite passionate about this and has a lot of thoughts about this. How there's tools to look at assessments, really high quality assessments of looking at how we do, looking at our workforce, from a public health accreditation standpoint, which is something that Shelley's very interested in, our department is very interested in, the board has been very supportive of us doing. There are some great tools available. Equity teams can take many forms. that has risen up many times, is not necessarily not about requiring, but being supportive, expressing support for those formations, expressing support for that. The prosecuting attorney's office now has an equity team, expressing support and funding, quality training, looking at your policies and how you're doing recruitment and hiring, contracting, which Keely is passionate about and has done extensive work in. And then again, looking at our data collection and reporting approaches. What are we collecting? How are we collecting it? And how are we sharing it? And with that, I would say that I was trying to keep it within 30 minutes, and I know others may have other comments, but also now that we are a member of the Government Alliance on Race and Equity, also embedding how we can use that in 2021 to our benefit, that membership. And with that, I think I'll stop sharing my screen and hopefully I hit my target of 30 minutes.
Have we got questions?
Yep.
Questions are next. Go ahead. Say, I want to follow up on Commissioner Mejia's question on where we stand in comparison to the other 39 counties. I think it would mean more to me if I knew what we're ninth from the bottom, ninth from the top. Even if I had a list of where other counties placed, it might give me a little better understanding of where we're at. Because maybe I've got some preconceived notions and, you know, maybe they're right, maybe they're wrong, but at least I can compare them to something if I had that barometer to look at. Do you have that on the top of your head? I mean, it wasn't in the flyer anywhere that, you know, the 39 counties listed and where we're at. We're near the top, near the bottom. I'm kind of hoping we're near the top, but where are we at?
Yes.
If I could ask, if somebody asks me about this, well, where's 9? Where is it? Are you 9th from being the best or 9th from being the worst?
The former.
We're in the top 9.
Okay, and then how do we stack up? I mean, compared to, see, if it was up to me, I'd say Seattle was on the bottom probably, because I don't know, I just think I wouldn't want to live in Seattle, but that's, see, I'm prejudiced probably. But, and if it said, you know, Okanagan County or something, I might want that to be the first, but I don't know. I'm curious what criteria you used in making the overall selection and then where we stand compared to others. That's my question.
Marianne, do you want to provide some information about how we get the that data?
Sure. So the health rankings is based on, from a project that's done by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation, which is a national project. And that number ends up being created out of how long you live and how healthy you are while you're alive. And so that overall number is a health outcome measure. And so we're 9th healthiest, but we've also been dropping, unfortunately, which is kind of concerning.
At some point, we were 6th, I recall. Is that correct, Shirley? Yeah. Yeah.
Where's the worst place to live in Washington State? What's the worst county?
I'd have to look, but I want to say it's Eastern Washington, and I think it was Ferry.
That's the least populated in the whole state, I think, isn't it? Wow. Wow.
Maybe they don't have access to hospitals and healthcare or something like that because they're so small.
Maybe.
Just depends what criteria they use.
I don't know. I mean, I would like to see a list someday if there is one. You don't have to give it to me now. But even the criteria that was utilized would be handy for me because, I don't know, I'm not a professional in this field by any stretch of the imagination.
I do know generally the new rankings come out around March. And if you would like, I can always give you this information, but I'd also be glad to present any updates when they come out too.
That would be good if staff can come and give a presentation on the Board of Health on the new rankings. And at that point, really gets into the level of details.
Yeah, that's fine.
What is the criteria? What county is the healthiest? What county is the least
Where should I
healthiest?
stay away from?
Well, that sounds like a good suggestion.
Okay, that's fine. Oh, do you have examples of not being able to get credit, housing, loans, hiring, promotion, that kind of stuff? Does that fit in this criteria maybe for minorities that are running up against that kind of thing? I mean, I've been around a long time. I mean, I remember when there were signs up, Irish need not apply, different things like that. So, I mean, it happens to everybody, Jewish, black, don't. And we just took action here at the county, to alleviate that type of writings in legal contracts or something that from the old days. So we're taking a step in the right direction. I'd just be kind of curious about a little more, maybe more information, and that'll come at our health department briefing, maybe.
Yeah, sometimes the numbers don't tell the whole story, Commissioner.
Sure.
Because the issue is systemic racism. And the systemic racism is what goes under the surface. And how we react to peoples of color is what is really systemic. It may not surface in terms of the numbers. It may not surface in terms of data. But it's a systemic racism is what I think is what we're trying to address.
I have a question. So my question relates, I feel like whenever we're trying to improve areas, we always have to start at home. And then, that way we can provide better services towards our community. So are we doing an audit to see, in terms of payments and how many BIPOC people are in places of leadership and how many are actually down lower? Are we doing something like that with public health?
We started having that conversation with HR, and I provided some demographic data related to the county employment. I don't recall if we got to the point of getting to see if individuals of color are in a leadership position. But certainly we can get to that point. I believe I shared with the group what HR did. I requested. It gives that the overall, is it really county employment representative of the demographics to our community? Perhaps not. And that is the areas that we need to address. And that's what one of the points, as you heard this morning in the internal, is recruitment and training and hiring practices that we really need to start addressing to be more intentional on those practices. But we could probably dig a little deeper in terms of the data.
Can I mention something? Is it okay to pop in there?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
We're being very informal today, so just pop right in.
Sorry, I can't tell. So with that particular question, in part, if you were to look on that same slide, the internal interest area under workforce development, the assessment component, that is one of the things you can include in your assessment process, is that specific kind of review of your workforce by level, and some of the tools do that. And you can, that is actually, it is recommended. And so like, if you were to select that as an option that you wanted to put on a action plan, there are tools and options that we could put forth and conduct. And that would be something that we could do. And we have great examples to do exactly what you just described.
Marianne, I have a question. So when you mentioned the position statement or emergency declaration, however, and you said there are groups that are still wanting to see something beyond an action plan. And that statement sort of confused me, because I'm just curious, can you explain to me to me, the action plan is worth 10 times more than a position statement. You could put the position statement at the beginning of the action plan as to why you're doing an action plan. But I've sensed that what you're saying is right. I've sensed that there's this real desire to have a statement. But to me, the statement is just paper. And it's really the actions that you're going to follow through on that mean a lot more. So can you explain to me, like, or make the case of why it's important that we have separate, whether we call it an emergency declaration, or this morning we did a crisis declaration on climate, or whether we call it a position statement. I don't know if that was a proposal to modify the form, the instrument's characterization. But I'm just struggling with figuring it out because I'm interested in actions. I'm not really interested in just saying something's important and then patting ourselves on the back and moving along. So why is it super important that because we've clearly just wrestled with this. We've wrestled with it last year's board. We wrestled with it this morning on climate. Should we keep wrestling with this? What's the case for it?
Well, I know Keely can go too. So me and Keely just sat through a meeting together on Wednesday where they pretty much roasted both of us about the need for this. I mean, I guess part of it is, and we so appreciate it because we understand racism and discrimination is an urgent issue, and it is people in our community want it recognized for what it is, that it is affecting folks' life every day. They want to be heard, and they want you to hear them, and they don't feel heard. And I hear it over and over as a public health and social services employee that goes to multiple groups, that they also appreciate what you're saying, that they completely appreciate that you don't want to do a piece of paper, that you aren't just checking a box. Like they do get that, like they appreciate that. But they also would like to see the recognition that you get it, that you get how significant this is, that you are calling it out, you're putting it on paper, that you are signing the dotted line saying, we get this, we get the implications for the health, we get that this is causing premature death, we get that this is a social determinant of health, and totally get what you're saying. Like you're putting the real deal down to like causing some things to happen and putting resources there. I still hear that they want something more, and I think you're going to continue to hear that, and until they get heard or not, because that's your choice. I have it on this paper because of that. I have it on this paper because I keep hearing that.
Okay, well, like what's not on the paper, for example, is I talked about whether we would want to revamp the Thurston Council on Cultural Diversity and Human Rights. And I was willing to enter a conversation about how that could be reformed and updated to, that would be an actual tangible step to listen to these communities versus passing a resolution and then not listening.
Yeah.
So, and that's not even on the paper.
In a way, it is on the leadership development, on the external interest, on the county. I was going to follow up to Marianne's perspective because that is exactly one of the items that we're going to be presented to the board. So we're going to be able to revamp the Cultural Diversity and Human Rights Council. And as you're aware, that resolution which created the council back, I don't know, maybe 25 years ago, it lacked of meaning, and it lacked of intentional purpose. And also it lacked at least representation from the community to provide the board meaningful policy suggestions. So that is on the work plan. Although what you see here is a little bit higher level, but that's embedded into those actions. So it is part of our proposed work plan.
Okay, I apologize. It's not obvious that that falls under leadership development. I didn't catch that connection, but the other thing I'm just going random with my comments. I appreciate and understand the connection to health, but I just want to make it clear that I didn't, the only connection is not to health, and I did not conceive of this as being a Board of Health action plan, but I want it to be a Board of County Commissioners action plan, because this cuts across criminal justice, it cuts across our institutions, our employees in every department. It does have a huge health component, and that should be in there, but I don't want to confine this to the Board of Health, because to me it's bigger than that and needs a broader set of glasses or a lens than that. I don't know if that throws a wrench in the works, but.
No, it's right on point, if I may. And because the issue before us, before you, and I had a conversation with the staff, I think the obligation, at least from the staff point of view, this is not something that we're going to be resolving in a year. This is not something that we're going to be resolving in 2 years. But I believe that we have the obligation to set the stage for the future, to set the stage as to how this can continue to be a working product to address systemic racism in our society. And this really, it's going to take time, it's going to take commitment, and I believe it's going to take resilience. Resilience from the policymakers, resilience from the staff, but it has to go beyond what I call Romero as a county manager. And with all due respect, it has to go beyond the current board. It has to go beyond what the individuals see on the screen. And this is the opportunity, I believe, that all of us have to set the stage for the future to continue to work on the ultimate goal. Now, you got me on my soapbox, sorry.
In this external interest areas, position statement, racism as a public health threat. Emergency, the word emergency is not there. Is that by design? Are you proposing that we formulate?
That was a mild request.
Is that Ramiro? Okay, I'm just curious. Is that, Marianne, I hear what you said. It makes sense to me. Thank you for kind of laying that out. And thank you for connecting to those groups and bringing that back to us. Do you feel that an emergency declaration under public health, which I know is how a lot of jurisdictions have gone about it, do you think that's the most effective way to send that message to the community that is being sought from us? Or would there be a similar appreciation for a different language that makes, I mean, call it, a declaration of racism as a public health threat, for example. I'm asking what options you think are tenable.
If I may, Commissioner, ask that we hear from Taylor, because I felt like Taylor had a really great perspective on this when we had our.
Thank you, Shelley. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Shelley. In relations to declaring racism as a public health crisis, or any type of verbiage that declares that comes from the county leadership, what I'm realizing as I've been involved in this work at the county level since last summer is that the community looks to county leadership as setting the stage, as setting the tone as to how we're going to confront, digest a certain issue. So not declaring, I think, is falling on the ears and the eyes and the hearts of the community members that this isn't something that is necessary to declare. Now, as Marianne said, completely respect and 100% from where I sit, honor not wanting to provide lip service and not wanting to declare like our sister counties outside of this area have, but there's no action that follows it. That is not our intent when we have and express our desire to have it declared as a health crisis. Our intent and our goal is to have them both run and tangible with each other. The declaration, we have declaring a health crisis, we have trained our community that is when we are putting our foot down. Now that we have stepped into equity when it comes to race, we are wanting to put our foot down in different ways that at the county level, we think is the best way to lead. However, our community is still looking to the county leadership to set the tone, and then intangible and run parallel with that, fallout actions. Now, doing both is what I think is necessary. And from a BIPOC community member, doing both, it's a long time coming. Seeing both is something that would really ingrain it in our minds of things that have been done before that don't have actions attached to it. It's 100% respectable to want to make sure that you're representing the county at the leadership level with actions and outlines and new policies. However, the community members still look at the leaders to declare how they've declared once before with other things that were public health crises. And I just think that the message of that can be quite impactful.
So you can start hearing the crisis.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Yeah. Well, I don't have any problem with the items that are listed out here. I think they're on point. I guess I would say that if I were looking at an action plan that was spelled out and proposed for me to sign, I'd want some of these things, like, for example, the fact that the potential, a formal outlet for the community to engage with us, I would want it spelled out. I mean, embedding it under leadership development, people aren't even going to know what that means. So I'd want folks to, if there's really important steps like that embedded in this outline, I'd want them spelled out so we could really make it clear to the community how we're going to engage and move forward.
I agree. Well, I agree with that. I mean, with the external interest areas and the internal interest areas, I mean, I understand this was a presentation, but it really doesn't go into detail on certain things. And I would like to know more about what the actual action plan actually is, and how, you know, we can implement it. And so, I mean, it looks good on paper, but I want to see actual things that we're going to do, actual tools that we can use to put these things into action. So, I mean, that's, go ahead, Ramiro.
Absolutely on point. And I think your first reaction to this is, for me, expected. Because what I wanted to bring to your attention is this high level. Do you feel comfortable with this umbrella? See, because the next step that we're going to be engaging is start detailing each of those elements with more actionable items for you to consider. So, and again, this is just this very high, you know, internal, external. This is, you know, overall what we're thinking, because there is a lot of work after this, if you feel comfortable with this first step. And then developing the specifics is coming. It has to come. So your expectations are on point. Your expectations are on point. But if you feel okay with this, that will give us the green light to start detailing the next steps and bring more detailed information for you. Because it is not going to be one single action that you may be considering. It is not going to be a year's worth of work that you may be considering. And again, there is something that you may be considering evolving and changing and as you move along in addressing this issue. So that's probably the premise of this presentation.
Yeah, I mean, we have to push back. I mean, we have, just 3 weeks ago, we have people chanting racist chants and wearing Holocaust t-shirts, and the president of the United States telling them they're special people and that he loves them. So we're slipping backwards in this country on issues of acknowledgement of race. And it's imperative upon us to push back affirmatively to try to do what we can here to combat. Because if you think that doesn't have an effect in Thurston County, It does. There's lots of people sitting right here that were watching the television and hearing that. So it's not just about, well, we're going to move the ball, we're going to stay where we are. No, we're getting pushed backwards by forces at higher levels, and if we don't push forward, we're going to go backwards, not forwards. So there's probably nothing that you're going to propose that I'm not going to favor if there's a rational case for it to be advancing this issue in a positive way. Obviously, if it costs millions of dollars, then we have to discuss that. If it's not going to be effective and going to suck up, staff time we don't have, we have to discuss that. But when it's about, logical steps that are assessing where we're at and engaging with the community, and those are things that I support. So I'm with Carolina. I just think if you need a thumbs up to kind of dial this into more tangible steps, you have my thumb up. And again, if I guess the board will have to vote on whether to declare the emergency as a public health from the Board of Health. I'm open-minded to do that. It's been something I kind of, wasn't sure about. But I'm hearing the case.
Yeah.
So
whether you consider that will be maybe a direction they may want to provide today. Whether you consider an emergency or a public health crisis. And again, the crisis versus emergency, how we discussed that with you this morning, something for you to consider. But certainly there is a need, as you have heard from staff and Taylor, there is a need perhaps for the board to formally state a position related to this item. That is really an expectation perhaps from the community. Whether it's an emergency, whether it's a crisis, but something.
Well, when I talked about an action plan, I wanted a discrete document, which I would assume would have sort of a very clear position statement embedded in it that the public can look at and go, this is what my county is going to do to try to work on this issue. Now, again, it's like the discussion we had this morning. Do we need a separate, document? The Board of Health does. It says it's a crisis, and then we have an action plan. I'm open-minded, whatever you guys think is right, but the statement, I think, will be clear from, in my opinion, our position should be made clear within the action plan that we're going to develop. And frankly, I'd like to, again, everything's a crisis, but I get fired up about this, but George Floyd was killed, in June, and we're getting, it's going to be a year. Frankly, I think the community would have expected, and maybe this is what Marianne and Keely are hearing, I would have expected us to have done this like last fall. So I'm a little agitated. Whatever we're going to do, I want to do it, and I want it done this spring, well before the 1-year anniversary of those events, so that we get the wheels in place, the train on the tracks moving forward. That's my 2 cents.
In June of 2018, when the Board of Health declared the opioid epidemic an emergency, in that document, the board directed staff to convene a group to work on developing a plan. That became our opioid task force, which is an amazing group of engaged people. And then that became the task for that work group to work on the whole year. And one of the things that we didn't want to do is have this group of people here or any of us in the room be the ones to make the plan for our community without having that step of broader community engagement. So I might suggest that if you did take an action of some kind, Commissioner Menzer, I know you want to have this be a BOCC item, and it could be both, because we had this as a proposed topic for Board of Health in February. Perhaps there could be an action that we could work on to bring before you that then spelled out these next detailed steps so that the community knows that we're working on it and it pushes us in that direction to prioritize. We are prioritizing our staff time and resources to this because this is so important to all of us, but maybe something like that could be something to consider.
Yeah, I see what you're saying, Shelley. I mean, it's more, I'm not saying we have to have the thing solved or, but I think that we need to adopt a direction formally that the community can look at and see. That's a formal legislative action, is what I'm saying. It could be along the lines that you're describing.
Do we have a example, instead of going out of the area for an example, do we have a local example here in Thurston County that would be a good example, and we're gonna make sure that doesn't happen or isn't accepted? Or, I don't know, I just wondered.
So the only examples that, that we came up with is, I think we presented to you last year, was the Pierce County and King County declaration of emergency. As you stated from Taylor, she was more diplomatic than I am. It was a hollow.
Yeah, they didn't do anything though.
It was a hollow resolution. It was a feel good. It was the right time to say, this is an emergency, lacking in actionable items. We had that discussion with the board. You sent a strong statement back in, I believe, June, July to the community. You said that, you sent that strong statement, and you outlined some of the steps that you would like to take, which this plan was part of that. Whether you like to legislatively formalize that, that's certainly something that you may want to consider. But yeah.
I don't think I'm thinking about a particular declaration in that fashion and then have it end up just being hollow. I'm thinking of an example. I mean, for an example, I always champion kids. Kids are 30% of our population and 100% of our future. Do we have an example that led to, I don't know, a young child dying or something because of an inaction, and or even an action, and this is the kind of thing that we're not going to accept or something. I'm just trying to think of a local example that we could refer to.
I mean, if we look at our fertility rates, I mean, if you want to talk about children, I mean, Black women have the highest. Is it the highest? Taylor, you can probably, I think you were the one who gave me the stats on this at a previous Thurston Thrives. They had the highest loss of pregnancy. Is that correct?
It's the infant mortality rate.
Infant mortality.
Yeah, it's like 2 to 1, right, Taylor? It's double in Thurston County.
I mean, and maybe that could be the thing. I mean, something kind of tangible that we could point to, refer to.
Incarceration rates are higher, we know. It's, that data has been provided by the prosecutor's office.
Homelessness.
What's that, Keely?
Homelessness.
Right.
People experiencing homelessness.
I think Robin wanted to.
Oh, I guess just my comment on this entire conversation. Wonderful work on this action plan that you've presented here. But I want to say how much I appreciate the comments of Commissioner Mitzer in that public health is only one piece of this. And as a leader in Thurston County, if, from my perspective, if the entire focus is through the public health lens, that's too narrow. This has got to be broader. It cannot only be about public health. So as we go forward, I hope that what I see coming out of all of this is a racial equity action plan where the threat to public health is only one piece of it. It's got to, this can't be the umbrella. This is already under the umbrella. The umbrella's got to be broader.
I agree, and you hear from Kelly, homelessness, you hear from Commissioner Messer, and the law and justice. We have a subcommittee. They were looking at the disparities as, BIPOC individuals are incarcerated way more than Caucasians. It's just a systemic, it's a system that we need to address. So I totally agree with that comment.
Yeah. It's perhaps public health is the place to start because we need a tangible place to start, but the action plan has got to be broad.
I mean, we can just go ahead, because I do agree. I mean, I know it's, for me, it kind of just relating it to public health, I know it's a big part, but I feel like it limits us. I don't know, why can't we just say, declare emergency on systemic racism as a threat? I mean, I just don't want it to limit us and the possibilities that we can do and the work we can do and how we can expand the action plan, not to just fit public health, but to fit, like Commissioner Menser said, our criminal justice system and other systems here around the county. I think, I don't want to limit us. If we're gonna do this, I just don't want us to tick a box and then, Ramiro, you said you wanted this to be way beyond us. And I feel if we're gonna do something that's way beyond us, I don't think we just have to tick a box and I think if we're gonna do it big.
Go big or go home.
Go big or go home.
And absolutely on point, Commissioner, because the analogy of me using the umbrella is you are in the position to create how big that umbrella is. And I think this is the opportunity to create how big that umbrella of this issue is for staff and the rest of us start working on that umbrella. That's really what it is. What that umbrella is small enough. Public health is a big issue, is a big disparity. That umbrella is small, but the umbrella shall be bigger.
So I don't know where you want to land. My request is, given the direction you've heard from the board, can we kind of dial up a timeline for what the next steps would be and what we can expect?
So what I'm hearing is, then I don't want to put words in your mouth, but this high-level action plan seems to be acceptable. So what we're going to do is I'm going to start engaging on a series of meetings with staff to start putting a little more actionable items behind every single item that you heard today. But the first and foremost, I believe, I'm hearing that the board is interested in passing a resolution declaring racism as a crisis.
As a crisis, yeah.
As a board of county commissioners, is that something? Because that's you heard from staff is the community members are looking for that, are looking for a strong statement. I think the strong statement is a legislative action via resolution.
You always refer to institutional racism. Is that just a given that
No,
means the same? Or?
I use systemic racism.
Yeah.
Is that was a question? I'm sorry. I'm looking for direction from the board. Because if you're interested, well, I can work with staff on a resolution passed by the Board of County Commissioners that addresses this issue. Send a strong
I want to
statement.
look back at the team on the screen. I mean, I definitely wanted the action plan to be brought into public health, but is there an argument why the emergency declaration should be within public health versus, what Ramiro just described? Do you guys have thoughts on that? With all the input that you've gotten, discussions you've had? Shelley, Keely, Mary Ann, Taylor?
I'm looking for other members of our team before I chime in.
Gretchen.
I don't necessarily have thoughts on whether it needs to be in public health or the broader county level. I think what I would like to add is that I think for even the people that haven't brought it forward to Mary Ann or Keely like they were sharing, I think for us to have a statement, it brings it to light that that we care and it is something that we're taking leadership on. Thinking about the infant mortality and just those pieces. When I saw that, I took some action steps, and just even bringing it forward, I had more providers than reaching out to me and saying, because they knew at that point that it was important to us that we were taking leadership with it. So I guess I just want to share that. So even, I think, yes, it will meet the need of, for some of the people that are really asking for that, but I think it also really sends a strong message that that this is really important to Thurston County, and it will get people taking steps and moving forward.
For what it's worth, the City of Lacey just passed a commission on equity. I just wanted, people might have seen it in the newspaper, but just thought you might want to know that. I think they got a unanimous vote to create a 7-member with a broad representation of underrepresented groups in Lacey. So that's something that our...
So that's their action spinoff from their declaration.
Yeah, they didn't do it.
They didn't declare.
This is kind of what they came up with.
They just did an action without a declaration.
Yeah. So.
I don't know. I'm looking
Shelley,
towards...
what do you think? You said you were going to pipe in after...
Well, I certainly agree that with all of the comments that have been made, that this is bigger than us as a public health department. This is bigger than just a public health issue. This is something that impacts our entire community and our county government. There's so many things that we could do, and I would love to have broader engagement from all of our other departments and offices, and so many people in the community that want to be involved in this. So I think I completely agree with that. I also think that sometimes as Board of Health, because your jurisdiction can be seen as a little bit broader, because it does cover all the cities as well, and it can sometimes be unifying. Public health and us addressing the social determinants of health, and that includes criminal justice, environment, economy, housing, education. It covers so many different things, our social determinants of health, and we can really unify people who might not otherwise be engaged by framing it in terms of health and well-being in our community. So ideally, I think it's both. But I think you can't go wrong either way, because we will be working on this. And part of our work that we've had the opportunity to engage with Taylor and Thurston Thrives on, and you heard from Thurston Thrives members that came and spoke to the board when you were passing the comprehensive plan, health chapter updates most recently. That this is something that really resonates, and it's something with so many people. And the Thurston Thrives team has been looking at completely changing the focus of the mission and the engagement around racial equity. So because of this work that we've all been doing together, so that provides a really good venue and group to help champion this forward. But long story short, in terms of the declaration or proclamation, however you address it, I think would be great, and as broad and as inclusive as possible is what's really important.
You know what, I don't know, I don't have any expertise in this. Ask me about running a jail or chasing a bad guy. I know something about that. So I mean, here we've got I've never experienced, any of this as far as racism or anything against me. Hell, I'm a white guy, in a white community. I'd kind of look towards Commissioner Mejia to see what she thinks about this. She's on this board and representing a heck of a lot of citizens in this county. How come she's got, I don't know if there's an expert in it, it ain't me. I don't know that it's you, Ty. You look a lot like me. I don't know, I just wonder what, having never experienced it, but sympathetic to the situation at hand, how come we couldn't get some guidance from our new commissioner? And I don't want to put you on the spot.
No, you're not, yeah.
I mean, you've, obviously, you have to have experienced it more than me.
Yes. Yes, I have. And, you know, I think it's needed. And, you know, like I said before, I think broadening the umbrella as much as possible just to really include as much as we can and actually put something forth that will bring, you know, diverse voices to the table and really, you know, what I wouldn't want is an action plan that's really not going to help the communities it's actually affecting. I would want a plan that, you know, something that would actually help. And, you know, for me, you know, a statement, I'm like Ty, I like to see, you know, I like to see the action behind just the words, but if the community needs, you know, a statement, I'm all for it. Whether it's an emergency or a crisis, you know, for me, it can be either, Ty gave us a definition of crisis, which I agreed with earlier, and so, but again, for me, it's, you know, Shelley did make a good point regarding, you know, the Board of Health and how it does encompass all the jurisdictions. But maybe if we just do the statement with the public health and then the action plan to include all of, you know, just not public health, but just all of it, all of the criminal justice, and do different things, I think it will definitely be worth something. I'm not really, you know, sometimes creating different commissions, but we don't really listen to them or, you know, hear what they have to say. There's not a lot of point in that sometimes either. And so if we were to create something like that, I would want them to have, you know, definitely a vital voice in what we're doing. One thing that I've been looking, I spoke to Ramir about this, is, and he led me to the Cultural and Diversity and Human Commission,
Rights Council, yeah.
Human Rights Council that was before. It's basically, right now, any human rights complaints go towards the state, and the backlog is great. And I thought maybe in Thurston we should do something like that, where the residents of Thurston complaints could actually be heard here instead of then having to go to the state. But again, I feel like that is part of an action plan. But that, yeah, I mean, I'm just rambling on now. But that's where I see it from. That's just my opinion on things.
I have a proposal in terms of the mechanics, if I may. Maybe for the board to consider for staff to bring a resolution for the Board of County Commissioners to declare racism as a crisis. And under the Board of Health, to pass a proclamation that makes a reference to the resolution as a Board of County Commissioners you may pass, and a proclamation you have the opportunity to expand that is a public health crisis. So it's two pieces of document. They are aligned to one another. That is probably a suggestion that I have.
That's fine. I have a question on this. So where do we stand with the council idea? Is that, because Shelley kind of sounded like she was thinking about maybe a group would sort of work that through. Like, yeah, I know you were working with a set of stakeholders on talking about this.
So there's I'm sorry.
Just, I mean, what kind of discussions have happened about whether this instrument could be revamped, or, and how long would it take to think that through?
So it really, and that is going to be the next step as to how this group can start defining what that is. And Keely, passionate as it is, as she always is, really wanted to jump into that, stating that is, we need to revamp this group to have a true representation. And this group needs to provide some meaningful feedback for you to consider policy changes. At that point, I said, hold off, let's bring this overarching approach to the board, thumbs up, and then we'll start getting to work. So that is one of the first things that we need to address is bring a change to that resolution, which was created, the Cultural Diversity and Human Rights Council, to revamp the whole thing with very specific expectations.
So is the resolution going to call for a stakeholder group?
Yeah.
Sort of, okay.
And
that's not spelled out in here.
No, it's not. No, it's not. And just through the conversations they have, the staff has to be meaningful in terms of what members of the community should be part of that, as opposed to just leave it blank or high level, as opposed to you receive an application and it has to be intentional. Mm-hmm. And that is really the word that I'd like to continue to, it has to be intentional. Intentional in terms of making sure that that representation is meaningful. And the group, again, will have the opportunity to bring matters to the board.
What happened to the proclamation? I thought you were going to do a proclamation along with.
No, that was my suggestion.
Oh.
That was my suggestion.
I do a proclamation. My mother told me to treat everybody the way I'd like to be treated. It was pretty simple.
Well, I don't have the language for the proclamation right now. So, but in terms of actionable items, if you may consider, bring a resolution to the Board of County Commissioners to declare racism as a crisis in our community, and follow up with a formal proclamation on the Board of Health.
I think maybe we've done a similar item in the past around other really important issues such as domestic violence. And I think what I really like about that proposal is that it just really underlines how important it is that both the Board of County Commissioners and Board of Health are going to hear that.
We did do something similar on that domestic violence thing, I remember. Yeah.
And then how is this proposed resolution / proclamation going to connect to the more specific actions and the council and things of that nature and these things that Marianne outlined?
Mm-hmm. Well, and that will be part of your legislative action. We develop a series of whereas normal resolution, and then actionable items will include as much of information that you would like to consider, including developing, directing the staff to really formalize this action plan, provide some expectations as you see fit.
You know, I've never asked for this or anything. I don't know if you've ever said anything about it, but HR must get issues reported to them that fall into this criteria, and maybe one of our goals could be to lessen that number or something. I don't know, but we could get a report from HR about, well, we've had, 37 complaints like this last year and the year before, whatever the numbers would be, and say we're going to strive to alleviate this type of behavior or whatever it is. I don't know, something.
On point, and that's part of the internal.
I mean, that could be part of the action thing that.
Yeah, and that is part of the internal actionable items that you may consider.
So it sounds like, correct me if I'm wrong, it sounds like the resolution would direct the formation of an action plan. We may list out some things in there, we may not. There may be more to follow, but that would be the kind of spur that would then come back with a set of,
Right, and also I will encourage you also to have a firm commitment to support by funding without getting to the point of specific dollars and cents, because that's not the time and place to do so, but just a firm commitment. I think it will make that resolution stronger. And we'll work on that resolution. Obviously, you will have the opportunity to review it.
How about if we had a request, and again, I go to HR because I don't know who else to go to, but that, I don't know, we have an annual report or something brought to our attention so that it isn't just something that happens and happens again and happens again, but we kind of take ownership of it, and what could we do to prevent that from happening? I'm just trying to think of something that you come up with that's really an action or something, rather than, seems like a lot of things that we do is we talk a lot. We don't do too much.
I think one thing, kind of following on your point, is whatever structure we have for community engagement needs to have a direct connection to the board, to where, maybe we have a quarterly check-in or whatever, where we hear what, right, ideas and thoughts as they work on issues. Like, because as Commissioner Mejia just pointed out, we have a lot of boards that's like, they do stuff and we never hear from them. Now, some of that's by design, but there's other ones where it'd be good to hear from that board.
Yeah, I think about I'm going to use the Planning Commission, right? That serves really as a very robust body that provides recommendations to very important matters the board will consider. Mirror that to this potential board. There has to be a robust board. They has the empowerment to come to you and provide recommendations.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's really the underline, at least from where I'm sitting.
I was kind of thinking that body we were thinking of reconstituting was supposed to be kind of filling that role, I thought.
It might be. Sounds like we're still to be determined. Guys, we're close to being out of time. Did we land where you wanted us to land from your perspective? I'm looking at the screen. Keely, Gretchen, Taylor.
I have one comment.
Yeah.
First of all, I'm very, very heartened and excited by this conversation and appreciate all of the back and forth and the consideration. And one thing that I keep thinking over and over again is that on the one hand, there's the such importance to our community to see leadership in Thurston County say, this is important. We see this as important or more important than homelessness or what have you. And with that will come immediate accountability. If there's anything that I've experienced on my own, in my own professional and personal life, is that this is a topic where there are experts in our community that will be looking with an eagle's eye and watching us. And so to your point, Commissioner Menzer, around not ticking boxes, and yours, Commissioner Mejia, that our community is very sharp and they will be watching us. And so I'm excited to see how this unfolds.
Those are just the people we want at the table.
Right. So, Michelle, Marianne, Taylor, Kelly, Gretchen, I guess I'm going to look up to Marianne to start working on a resolution for the Board of County Commissioners and eventually a proclamation by the Board of Health. And we'll work through the details and provide that perspective to the board. That work? That work?
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Marianne.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you, Taylor.
Thank you.
So does that mean we're done? Are you going to wrap up?
Well, you have 2 minutes for commissioner items.
I knew we wouldn't have time for commissioner items. See, I'm getting smarter than you guys. I knew if I wouldn't bring it up, I would never get it.
Sir, how you like to proceed?
I think we should adjourn. It's been a long week, and I don't have anything burning on for a commissioner's item. And if you can always have Tuesday morning. We always have that mythical time in Tuesday morning to.
Mythical, that's just about right, isn't it?
Yeah, so.
I've been here 4 years. You've only been here 2 years and you learned that.
So, Commissioners, at least from my perspective, thank you very much. This is the first planning session. I hope you found this very, useful, and I hope you also find this very useful. I found extremely helpful, at least for the staff, to facilitate a conversation with all of you. And sometimes it's not necessarily an item that needs to be decided, but just having a conversation, I believe, is important. And that is the purpose of this planning session. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we'll be adjourned for today. Thank you.
See you next week.